So we are good. Probably gonna be slow. Oof. So I have to make sure I mute the stream. Nice. So welcome, people. This is hopefully it'll be quicker than the last time I did this because not have my last stream yeeted. But this is going to be going over, but hopefully quicker than the clips I did last time. And this is so people who enjoyed it or didn't get to see this before. I wish I could retread the waters, but YouTube will be YouTube, and getting a clip yeeted because of corruption, it's not fun. So we shall begin, and yes, Romeo was here last time, and hopefully, so that's pretty good.
Character's gonna be white and it's gonna take this.
Oof. I wish I could take the speed up. We'll just go through it quicker.
This form, that is a choice, and I wish that we would look at these.
So this is the part where, for if you didn't see the last one, they were talking about the games.
There's choices instead of going like, oh well, don't put politics into your game. Like no, let's have a discussion about
which saying games can't be political. By the way, is very is. I'm not saying there's politics in everything. Some stuff, if it's historical, will always have a political slant. I'm sure you would agree, Romeo, right?
Yeah.
Anything historically inspired, right, is probably going to. It's going to have a period piece. I mean...
there's some, I would say, that don't, but most.
Yeah, it's really hard to avoid, to be honest. Cutting around things is harder. Even though I feel like... you can make a game that's apolitical, like Helldivers pretty much is. It's more satirical than anything.
The reasons that we make these things. We don't have to dissect them until they're boring, but at least like say, hey, yeah, I have a point of view.
It's always wild to me when people say a description that it's made by a multicultural team of.
We are.
Oh yes, before I forget though, she did say assassins were anarchists who killed people. Not Kim Ballard, but it was the other person who said it. And my stance on the Assassin's Creed franchise is it's usually the Templars that are authoritarians. It's usually the assassins which are free will. Kind of the more libertarian. So bear in mind, unless you want to go off the weirder history of it.
I think the positioning of a lot of these products is very singular. We say, okay, this is the kind of thing we want to make. These are the kinds of games that sell, and these are the kinds that don't. And until...
By the way, most people don't know the politics in video games. They just play the game because it looks good. Am I right, Romeo? Or what's your take on that?
Yeah, I don't really play to, like, I don't know, get a message put onto me, like, political-wise.
No, you just look at the image. Does the gameplay feel good? Right? It's like normal games, or at least I view games as. I don't care about the message. Half the time, most stories are blah. That's why I don't get these people. That's why when I said she's an activist, she feels that the need is representation, needs to be front and present at all times. Because she's going to bring up, what's a combat game? I have no idea what a combat game is. I've never heard that before. The other ones bring it up too. Do you mean like you differentiate between a game that has shooting? Like, I wouldn't say like a game it's like COD that has gun combat or weird toxic lobbies either, which they're going to touch upon. Like Fortnite has a toxic lobby, but I mean, they don't show blood, but that's because kids play it. I'm sure you get that, right, Romeo? Like that's why the body's teleported away.
Yeah.
It's like, but toxic lobbies exist, or what are like? Okay, if someone asks you what is a combat game, when it says combat in a video game, what would you say it to be?
I guess for me, combat game would probably mean like any game with a weapon that you can use.
Right, but when you think of the term combat in game design, from especially developers, you think it's how combat works in a game, though, not a combat game type, right?
Yeah, I mean it depends on the context.
But the context—that's why I thought it was phrased that way.
The past little while, I think that there's a real oversaturation of games that were fully combat based, and that was kind of it. And that doesn't necessarily lay the foundations for something
I don't understand.
that's very inclusive or representative.
Yeah, it's still kind of seen as indie territory.
So combat games are indie territory. I'm assuming this was around the time you had a bunch of the CODs and other things, maybe Fortnite. That's not really indie. That was AAA. I could be wrong if that's what they're referencing. I mean, does that make sense? Like maybe BRs? It's to 2020, right? So this was 2020, so it'd be mostly BRs, right?
I'm guessing.
It's weird. To be fair, I mean, this subject though is very near and dear. Like gaming and understanding it. But you'll see them touch upon, because I've often said a lot of these people wouldn't survive gaming lobbies of Xbox era. Because whether you're male or female, they treated you the same. I knew of men who put their girlfriends on just to humiliate other guys as they played. Hey, whatever works. You think I'm joking? You think I'm joking?
I mean, I'm not surprised, but I'm just thinking like
You think
never mind.
you think
It's-
women? You think there's a lot of female players actually who play COD? No,
I mean,
I mean 5% maybe 10% if you're lucky. Because it's not like Destiny. I mean, Destiny, WoW, Final Fantasy Online, very different communities.
Like
Yeah.
to not have combat or have this, like, people look down on mobile games because it's seen as, somehow inferior because it's played by a lot of women.
This statement's going to lack nuance from them, from that person. Mobile games. Well, they're more your era. Who do you think?
Well,
What sex do you think they appeal to? Both equal?
I guess as we've talked about last time we streamed, you said that there was like evidence that it was more for women that usually play mobile games.
Probably more targeted towards women or mothers, yes. But I
And
also said it's a type of game as well.
yeah.
So something like The Sims, which could be played on mobile, Match 3. Other games are better on mobile, so they appeal more towards women, naturally. That is different, right? You would agree. Because mobile, what people play, entirely different. I would say roughly the male and female population in Genshin's roughly the same. Probably 60-40, to be honest.
Yeah, I would. Can you go back a bit on the video? There was something that she said that I was gonna talk about for 1 second.
Which part?
She talked the mobile part. The mobile.
In like the movie industry, for example.
Very inclusive and representative.
Yeah, it's still kind of seen as indie territory. Like to not have combat or have this, like, people look down on mobile games because it's seen as, somehow inferior
Here?
because it's played by a lot of women.
Okay,
It's
now
like
Yeah,
make-
Right there?
Yeah, so she said that it's looked down upon because women play it, basically, right? That's what she just said. Like mobile games are looked down upon.
Yeah, that's not true at all.
I know.
Largely the reason why we look down at mobile games in the West is very different. It's very
Yeah.
popular in the East more because they don't have systems.
Yeah, so that's why I was just like, kind of like, what the hell is she talking about? Because it's like, how do you know it's because, like, do you think that men are just not going to play a mobile game because women are playing it? I don't think that's the case. She kind of just makes it sound like a men and women problem.
And it's a very weird one. That would be like men not caring about, as I say, what Genshin is roughly 60-40. Probably.
Mhm.
That's one of the biggest mobile games. I mean, then you got guys that maybe play like Nike and other games. Because largely mobile gaming is designed for 2D basic games that are easy clickbait or clicking kind of thing. They usually have anime themes. So you never know, really. To be fair, sometimes women in anime or women who are anime fans are just as perverted as the men.
Mhm.
Unfortunately.
I mean, I just keep getting ads for Boys Love, what's it called? I don't know if it's a game or something. It's like for mobile, and it won't
Oh,
like.
there's always weird. That's probably because Google, after a while, will try to target you. It's kind of like they think I like my Google AdSense on Google Play thinks I like games just because I play Genshin and other things, and I'm like, you like this game? No. Nah. I play MiHoYo games, but I'm
Isn't
gonna
that
learn.
one game called like Tower of Fantasy or something?
To be fair, yeah, Tower of Fantasy isn't a bad game. It's interesting. I've tried it. It's a weird one, to be honest. But I always go back to my originals. But yeah, these people are Eastern people from the West trying to understand gaming culture. But a lot of times when we look down on mobile gaming, is we don't want to see mobile gaming on a console or PC. We don't want that. You know what I mean? We just don't. I had it today. I had an internet person over here that I had to like fix my internet. I showed it. Mobile interface on PC is so clunky. We don't want that. Play Genshin from your computer. Find out how bad the interface is. It works for mobile. Why? Because it's mobile. It works on a tablet because that's mobile. Does not work on PC or work on the console. Because this is a lot of concept I don't get. And I'm sure because this does get worse, this one part about chat in a lobby. Because you have a lot of like activists, they say they're gamers, right? But they really aren't. That's like the people who own comics on on Twitter who say they buy comics. They buy one or two to say they own it. I'm sure you've seen them, Romeo.
Yeah, I mean, You kind of see that everywhere. Like when I hear about these people talking, it feels like that they've never played a video game before, to be honest.
They've played stuff, but the question is, what have they played? Like how most women play The Sims. I've known guys who play The Sims.
Most gay men play The Sims.
Yeah, to be fair, I can see that. I mean, women like simulator games to a degree.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that as a genre, they dig it more than other people. To be fair, that's why I said I may have to do that piece on that 2020 game study. It keeps coming back up in relevance because it's kind of like trying to find a woman or female that plays COD legitly. I'm not saying they don't exist. That's a male-dominated genre.
Mhm.
It's just tactical and logistics, right? That's where that comes from. It's meant to be there. So, yeah, this part two, you're going to see them get into, they say there's abuse in lobbies. This is the same thing that was claimed in Gamersgate. Like, try to be a man in a lobby or like a league lobby when a person's not pulling a lane. You get called a retard too. It's not exclusive to sex of a person. See, Romeo, I'm sure you've been there.
Yeah.
People gamer rage is a thing. It's real. But these people think differently.
Maybe we
Exactly.
should actually be looking at the reasons why women gravitate maybe towards these kinds of games more.
Yeah, and the answer is usually inclusion, right? It's usually like, oh, we're gravitating towards this because it at least includes us, or it doesn't involve the same thing. Because I do find that, while I'm not going to say like there are tons of shooting games that I love. I enjoy
See,
those
there we
games and I
go.
play them all the time, but I wonder, how many different ways can we express a character in a world? How many different things
This
can
part
we
I
do?
love.
And where would we be if we had invested as much time in perfecting the feeling of that versus perfecting the feeling of a gun?
Yeah.
Okay, what's wrong with that statement, Romeo?
Kind of like everything.
Well, pick it apart, the first part.
I'll let
She
you
says she plays first person shooters. Okay. I give her that. Narrative should be more important than gunplay in a gun based shooter.
Yeah, it depends. I don't know if you know the game Fear.
I know of it, yes. Wasn't.
It kind of has a story, but it also focuses on shooting. So it's both narrative and shooting. So it depends. But most
But
shooters
how much is what? You're more the horror fan than I am. I know of Fear, but it was never my thing.
Yeah, it's not really a horror game though.
Hmm.
It's more of a
I'm
shooter.
familiar with like Silent Hill more in this. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Silent Hill has a lot of imagery. The nurses represent the husband's pent up sexual desires
In the second game. Yeah.
in Silent Hill, right?
Silent Hill 2.
Yeah, because because the wife was dying of cancer and he didn't want to go out and cheat on her, kind of thing.
Yeah, we don't know what she had though.
But like, it was actually Razor Fist who brought that up, and I thought about that. I'm like, but here's a Kojima game as well.
Mhm.
And those are usually all. Almost every game he does usually has a mind like screwing kind of thing. But usually all.
The first and third Silent Hill really don't have that.
The first one doesn't, or the third. What is it? Revel. What was?
The first Silent Hill is like pixelated and very pixely for the
Yeah,
PS3.
it's very old too.
And
I
then
mean, really, you're trying to save a little girl that you think's your daughter from a cult in a town or whatever. I believe that is one. I mean, but it's the same guy because you could say like he did Metal Gear Solid too. So I don't know.
back on track to what we.
Yes.
And it's like in these kind of what people dub casual games, it's often also that you don't get that element that is prevalent in a lot of combat games. Is
Casual games. What are casual games? You think? Match 3,
Stardew Valley.
Stardew Valley, Animal Crossing, Pokemon.
Yeah.
What, Pokemon Go even?
Do we even count that as a game?
I mean, I could do a cheat thing and pull up. I mean, let's just see something. Let me just here. Let me see. This is what's funny. So, let me see. So, all right. So here's what Google Play calls casual games. It's a bunch of dress up simulators, Candy Crushes, Angry Birds, simple arcade games, Marble, like maybe Jewel Quest. Simple arcade shooters. What does that have to do with combat games? That's a very different subgenre.
Yeah.
They're borderline arcade games. Bejeweled. So what kind of games do these people play?
We'll never.
Simulators? So
They're
on your
probably,
phone.
they're probably playing Farming Simulator.
They're playing Farming Simulator. They're playing Animal Crossing style games on mobile.
Even Goat Simulator.
Cultural.
Do not mock simulator games. Those you do. I have to say this. You know, Euro Truck Simulator and Euro Trucker are one of the highest played games or selling games on Steam. You know this, right?
No. What the fuck are people doing with their time?
What do you think Euro Trucker is? You drive a truck. People do this. One of the biggest games that is made on Steam is Football Manager.
What kind of football? Because there's American football and then other.
There's only one football, sir.
Really?
Football. So when we say football, right? We say football. But when someone says football simulator, we usually call it football. Basically, you have to differentiate the two. Yeah. So don't mock all simulators. Dear God. Euro Truck Simulator. I know of a person who does that. They literally do that. Like you play long haul truck sims. Trust me. It's a weird genre. That's
Okay,
the
let's-
way.
Let's get back on track.
Yes.
Of shit talking.
Oh yeah.
And that's already like that's a very toxic space for women. And
Oh, absolutely. The
that's
second that
absent
they hear you.
in these more
Who
Okay.
starts it?
They're gonna be like they act like that gaming should be a safe place for women. You know, like those safe. They're always like that word, safe place. Hate that word.
Yes.
Safe place for women.
Gaming lobbies are not safe spaces for anybody.
I mean, I never mind. I don't think I'm allowed to say that on stream.
I wouldn't. But let's put it this way. Shit, I've heard in gaming lobbies. Like, I play, like, Division's played majority by men. Unless their girlfriends play. Or wives. Compared to, like, Destiny, which Destiny has more female players. There's less trash talking. Literally, it's a bunch of guys who, not ego stroke, but because it's a tactical shooter, if you're shit, what do other guys do to other guys? They literally put themselves in picking orders and they go after people. What did I say earlier? If you're playing a tactical game, someone's going to get bent out of shape and blame somebody else for fucking something up. Because I have never played League, but I know people who have. You always have those people who screw up a lane and they proceed to shit on that person the entire game. Dota was famous for it before League. You probably have never heard of Dota before, right, Romeo?
I've heard of it.
Dota or League. League, if the person doesn't manage their lane.
Mm-hmm.
Part of the reason it's part of the reason when I play Division, I try to be a jack of all trades or good at majority things because I don't trust the person to always have my back. That's just me being a cautious individual. You know what I mean?
I just don't play those games. I'm not good at like actual shooting type shooter games.
It's acquired skill. Some people are better at it, then you work your way up. But there's a difference between an actual first-person shooter like Escape from Tarkov and like Division. Division's like has more of an RPG than something else.
Yeah.
Knowing your build.
Let's put the video.
Mm-hmm. I just have to get that out of the way. So, whatever these people play, I have no idea. But if you're worried about a safe space, and let me say this, harassment should always be reported. All right? If it's actual harassment and you being slurred at half the match, report that person. You know why? Because that breaks TOS. Right, Romeo?
Yes.
Everyone has it. That's harassment. But you know what's funny about these lobbies? You can also mute them. You can mute the person.
Or you could just turn it off.
Yeah. I don't know why.
casual games. So is it any wonder that women gravitate towards that more?
And I think that's it, where some people look at that and they go like, oh, you know, women can't be good at this multiplayer game. And then you go, hey, if I spend any time in a multiplayer game and try to talk to someone, like earnestly, if I say, hey,
First part. Most men suck at games too.
Well, I mean, who's telling them that women can't play games? I've never heard that.
No one's telling them.
So her argument doesn't make sense because
I'm older. As I said, I'm an older person. Right? I'm pushing way up there. women weren't in certain games. Because what have I said? Very few women want to play tactical games. You know what I mean? They don't play
Yeah.
tactical games. They don't care about COD. It's only been the last decade, the last generation coming up, you saw women come up in first person shooters.
Yeah.
It's not like Magic the Gathering, right? You see more females in like Yu-Gi-Oh, Magic, and like Pokemon as far as card games.
Hmm.
But in a gaming space in Magic, we didn't say, "Well, you're a girl, you're not allowed." Not really. We just had to know being a terrible person, be a human being. I mean, you're already talking about a hobby that had borderline antisocial people in it. Because, like, go to a game store. Unless you were an absolutely terrible person, we didn't want you there.
I feel like these women think that everyone that plays games are neckbeard people.
I think so. I recommend fully. If you ever want to see a gaming experience, play a certain game. I've played in online games, I've played games in game stores, like actual game stores. Like in Magic, women are always tolerated, but there's always the policy just don't be a terrible human being. Is that a good policy, Romeo?
Yep.
Yeah, and don't be throwing around words and insults and slurs you don't want chunked back at you. Just saying. But the thing to it is, I don't know what these people do. I think because they work casual. Because this is an interesting topic in this portion. It's a very small portion of the video, but it is an interesting topic and it worth merit, and no one really looks into it. What type of games do women play, and how do men and women both approach games differently? And it's gone into some game design, but this place and the way they phrase it isn't good. You're working on Assassin's Creed. You're not, and that's not. I'm not saying women can't play Assassin's Creed. They do. But the type of game you're talking about developing, because remember, Kim Bellar worked on Validate. That's a dating game. That's like a light novel. So I don't know. It's an interesting thing. And the only other time I've ever heard of women and girls getting sweared at in lobbies is League. I mean, if you're familiar with League, Romeo, like League of Legends, Smite, MOBAs,
Yeah.
hell, I've never even heard of a female player getting sweared at in Destiny. Half the time in a Destiny 2 raid, we just quietly leave. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
We don't. Only quietly swear underneath our breath the other person's a moron. So many
Hey,
tales.
I want to talk strategy with this person that we're doing. And if they hear that I sound to them like a woman,
Oh, this part.
and they all of a sudden start changing the way that they behave around me, whether that's sometimes that's with insults, with requests, or with something more crude, or sometimes it's just, oh, I'm going to treat you like you don't know about this game. Either way, I'm not getting better anymore.
Really? I continue. It's a little disappointing. This part's interesting because I have never seen this experience in a game. I've seen this experience as a guy. This is just as bad if she says it was done to a woman before.
I'm not able to, like, I'm not actually being supported as a teammate. I'm not being treated as an equal. So I'm going to even if I'm really good at it, just get tired of that. Like if I'm not great at it, then I might go, okay, well, I'm never going to learn because I'm just being targeted in this way.
Okay, let me break that down so it gets a little better. Bear with me if you see this, Romeo, or not. So she must play Overwatch. She has to be playing Overwatch. I thought about this because what are games people play? Team-based games. Clearly, does she play casual or does she play competitive? See my point?
Mm-hmm.
Ranked play is different than casual play. Everyone knows this. There's a difference between, in say, Destiny 2 style, right? Doing a raid and doing a speedrunning a raid.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yes. Sorry.
Not everyone likes teaching newbies a raid when they just want to do the raid, get it over with, and get it done as a weekly as to get it checked off. But if you're talking in Overwatch, you're talking tactics, and you don't even know what you're talking about. You get shit on regardless of whatever sex you are.
Mm-hmm.
Am I right?
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. You get treated like an idiot if you have an opinion of an idiot. I've been in these lobbies like this before. Especially when you always have the one asshole who thinks they're right. And they're usually the biggest idiot on the team. I don't see that. And it's like, oh, I was isolated. It's kind of what it reminds me of is bully hunters. They went into lobby, like people forget bully hunters was. But bully hunt, it's zombie kills and all this. They went into these lobbies. When they bested a man, they said, oh, you were bested by a woman. You must suck. Let your male ego and your pride wither and shit. But that's just as bad.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. They just would try to dominate boards and just say they lost to a girl. So what? I'm not the top of the board. I win though. We all can't be at the top. I get annoyed if it's like solo, but you see what I'm saying on this? I don't
Yeah.
understand what kind of games they play. They come across this. I mean, hell, you don't like multiplayer communities, go play a single player game. That's what I do when I don't want to deal with people. I mean, that's what you would do.
I mean, I don't really play multiplayer that much.
Yeah, most of them don't. But when you do, you play with friends. Maybe someone guides you. Me, for the most part. I don't know. It's weird. Like, she must play games like Overwatch, or she tried to get into maybe Dead by Daylight or something like that, or The Forest.
I don't. Okay, so Dead by Daylight is, from what I understand, there's not a lot of like yelling or anything. A lot of people don't act like that.
No. So would it be
Actually, there's
Overwatch?
probably Overwatch.
There's a lot of men that can't even pull their lanes. Even League. That'd be any kind of MOBA.
This might sound weird, but everyone says Dead by Daylight's becoming the next gay like fad right now.
Dead by Daylight has its own. You gotta understand, that game is a weird one. Literally, it's in permanent beta state. I have a rant on that type of game style, but I will save it for something when I want to do it. Permanent project greenlight games should. You're more than welcome, Romeo. If you ever know that, if you know what greenlight games are,
Aren't they just
basically,
that are always in beta and they ask for
yeah,
more money?
yeah, you can basically leave a game in beta and never have to finish it.
I mean, isn't that Minecraft?
No, Minecraft's an actual finished product.
I mean, they update it to change like the whole way it works all the time.
Well, when I say games are permanently in beta, it's like you leave it in beta for like 2 years, or maybe a year or so. Because think of it like PUBG. PUBG was in beta for a while. Dead by Daylight's been that way for ages. But that's a type of game that, if I ever went into game philosophy, and it's interesting. That's why I said that's a subject I need to look into, but I would do more research because Steam still supports them. You can have entire projects that have been beta for like years. And I'm assuming this is the type of game these people play. And I'm like, and I'm very weary to support any roguelike game on Steam. But that's a game industry thing, even back when this was around.
Or if I'm really good at it, how fun is it going to be for me, even if I do enjoy the game, to be called names, to be spoken to this way, to get these messages? And then I leave it, and then everyone goes, "Huh, women don't like this game. Yes, they don't like
Yeah.
it." And you're like, "No, it's a community," and then it's being told by other fans when they go and say, "Hey, I also like this." Oh no, you're not. You don't count. You don't want to hear from you. You're fake. So where is the room for us to enjoy?
Oh, she must be trying to relate to the Brianna Wu story. If you're not familiar with who Brianna Wu is, she faked gamer outrage at being insulted. She goes, "I'm a gamer girl. I was insulted," and it was proven she wasn't. Nita Sarkeesian said the same thing during Gamersgate. No, don't play games and try to separate emotion from gaming. That's when you get mad.
Something like that. Unless we start thinking about how we can actually put rules in place, put structures in place, and create, spaces both in terms of community and in terms of content. How do we create a space that
People already do this. Riot Games was very famous for this. Report a person enough for language, you get game banned. Did you know that, Romeo? Valorant does it.
Oh,
Riot Games does it. League, basically. Apex Legends can do that. Respawn was policing chats. Weird, huh? Measures that were already in place with harassment policies. So, and then you need spaces for women? That's safe spaces for everybody. Just saying.
is welcoming?
Yeah, that's definitely one of the goals for our community is to have a place where you can just play and enjoy and not get like dragged on for, liking a game that everyone else likes to bash or hate on.
Yeah, that's what we absolutely deserve it.
Oh, by the way, that's the not for you argument that I would make. Just because my friends don't like a game I like, I'm not going to yell at them. Now, I will judge you if you want to play a furry simulator or something weird or
You
game
mean
on
Goodbye
Steam.
Volcano High?
To be fair, I have judged my friends horribly who play H games on Steam.
Hmm.
To be fair, that's one of the biggest subgenres on Steam as well. I will judge you for that.
That reminds me of those ads. You won't last 3 seconds playing this game.
Now, what's funny about Steam, though? See, it's either that or you judge the people sometimes because, to be fair, what I think they're trying to describe in a nutshell with this section is about the context of how nerds judge each other. It's no secret nerds rule the world now. The jocks usually get washed up or something happens to them in high school and they're not as successful or something. Nerds wound up taking over the world. Now, what's funny is if you ever been in a game store, right? Magic players and people who play card games are looked upon very differently than people who played tabletop RPGs like D&D and stuff like that. Then you also have the Warhammer people in the same store. How do you think all these cultural subgroups look at each other? Usually the RPG people look down on the card game people. They want our nights. Why don't you get your own days of the week? You think I'm joking about this? This is a real thing.
Miss Sparkles is, I don't know what's happening. She said, "Did you watch The Dragon Man? Watch the clip or I leave. You must feel my pain for the butter." That's what
Well,
she said.
I did watch it in private. I have to focus on this one, Miss Sparkles. I have limited time. But you get what I'm saying. It's like hierarchy of nerdom. I just pretty much say the game's not for you, or you just don't enjoy it, and I don't expect my friends to play all the same games I do. That's what I don't think these people get.
And frankly, I think that's what I always find so baffling about like the misunderstanding of this, because even when you have a game that you go, oh, that looks cool, and it seems to be focused to some.
Oh, but they are talking about designing a game for a mythical wider audience. So, see, I really need to do something into the mythical wider audience thing one day. Because it's been in Magic for a while. You know what I mean by mythical wider audience, right, Romeo?
No.
So, let's say you take a game that you're designing for something that's niche, right? It hits a genre. Now, when you're designing this game, do you design it to appeal to that niche of players with maybe some new customers that you know are going to stick with it, that you know it definitely sells? Or do you just throw stuff at a wall and expect it to stick? What do
Probably
you
gonna do the niche thing if I'm looking on the business side.
Because you want the game to be successful.
Yes.
Maybe if you have a sequel. Now, let's say you have a sequel. Maybe broaden the scope a little bit to bring in some new blood.
Mm-hmm.
But you're not going to go so wide that you do very wide marketing and expect to get people into a genre. And Arch is not a furry. Again, you don't understand branding.
Someone who's not, the like quote unquote average gamer. And I say quote unquote average because I don't think necessarily the average gamer is still describable as straight white cis male. I think there's probably probably have a better balance now. But
Oh, I want your take on this.
Can we
Sorry.
talk? I hate when people say straight white. That's all you hear.
I mean the
every day.
typical, I guess.
This gets better.
When you post something that you go, oh, this kind of game is this way, you can still see the comments that you have a bunch of really angry people going, this shouldn't exist. This is stupid. I hate it.
This was a
And you're
Goodbye
like,
Volcano
it's just not
High.
for you. Like people can't accept that it's not for them. It's funny because one of the other games that I'm working on now is Goodbye Volcano High, which is with co-op,
They made
and it is
of Goodbye Volcano High. That's actually, I heard it's like pretty good compared to the,
I've heard it's good, but I've heard of people who won't touch it because it reminds them of Life is Strange mixed with furry.
Well, I mean, like the parody game I heard is like, I don't know how to explain it. I know Pippa played it.
I don't know. Of course, that's not a game for everybody. But people aren't shitting on it. They said it was a furry game. Why would you be offended by that? I looked at half the Game Awards. They all looked cringe. I mean, yeah.
I guess, like, story about a queer dinosaur high school adventure thing.
Yes, Miss Sparkles, I have to redo this. Yes, this is the head. She worked on Goodbye Volcano High. This was in 2020 when it was in development. Yeah, it's a simulator game. That subgenre has a lot of critics.
And the second that went up, the second that trailer went up as part of the PS5 launch stream, or I guess preview stream, people were like, what is this? This isn't like what we want. This game is X, Y, and Z. People were angry. A lot of people were embracing it. A ton of people were like, oh, wow, finally a game that feels like I want it to. But a lot of people were, like, ugh, what is this? This doesn't belong here. And so if even,
No one said that, by the way, that one part. Furries who like simulator games or like that genre, especially if you have a furry bent, you probably like that genre. But everyone said it was cringe. Just saying. See, Romeo, see what I said earlier? It's a game that appeals to a niche within a niche. That's why Goodbye Volcano High was successful. Not because it was horrible. On the surface, it looks like a furry dating simulator. That's going to turn off probably 60 to 70% of gamers. Maybe the 30-40% who might play it would play it. It makes a big difference.
a product that is custom made to be representative and to be different gets people angry just by virtue of existing. Imagine how hard it is to exist.
No one
as
was
a fan.
angry.
To say, hey,
Not
I want
Goodbye
to sit in this room.
Volcano
These are the
High.
kinds of games that I like. You aren't seen as valid.
Sparkle.
Yeah, I'm a big believer in just letting
Miss Sparkle say hello, Romeo.
Hello.
people enjoy what they enjoy.
Yeah, and
See, is that a bad argument, what I said? It's very different than theirs. I don't hate on Goodbye Volcano High because of what it is. It's not for me. But I would never touch it. So was I wrong? I don't remember any criticism of Goodbye Volcano High based on that.
Mm-hmm.
But you get what I say, right? why people
Yeah.
would be repulsed by it. Because it's furry and it looks anime based. There's like two sins going against it. I mean, you're familiar with stuff, right,
Mhm.
Romeo? If something gets a label, first glance, people aren't going to look at it again.
Yeah.
That's why I hate the Steam label system. If you know how bad the Steam label system is, they go, this is roguelike, this is Souls-like. Right.
Yeah, we need to get back on track.
And that's it.
We do.
We deserve
I
to
know.
enjoy what we enjoy, and deserve to be free in that. And especially, so long as it's not hurting anyone, so long as it's not engaging in something that is oppressive or unkind, I think, we should make more room for it, because these kinds of games are going to build the gaming community and are going to change it. The kinds of, like, having a varied type of game, having, AAA
Stage
games
like
that
Fine Milk.
subvert tropes in different ways, that's going to be how we do this.
So we do want to take some time to ask about your experience working on the Assassin's Creed franchise. We've heard a lot about
By the way, in retrospect, Goodbye Volcano High, about as far as an impact, it's not what you think it is. Usually a game developer gets one chance to make a game. And let's say she worked on Goodbye Volcano High. Just I have to use this as an example. She basically said, this is just something you want to look about. So let me see. Just curiosity, right? This is not what revenue is, right? So it was released in August of 23. Step to see really quick. What did they say? High Steam stats. Quick stats, right? Only 14 active players. 90% positive reviews. It sold 38,000 units. It's 38,000 units. Made 834,000 reviews. So it's a one-time playthrough, 9.6 hours, 7.6 median time. It's still a $22 game. And as of recently, and I guess if you go back, it barely, as I said, has 16 players. Now, do you think that was highly successful, Romeo, or is that just a game that was a one-time flop and it fell out? Wait, Romeo disappeared. Hold on. I guess I'm about alone. Nice avatar. So on what I said, right, with the game stats of this, do you think Goodbye Volcano High was successful? It only grossed less than 1 million, 834,038. I guess you could say it was only 38,000 units sold and 9.6, and it only has 14 active players right now. Do you think that was long lasting?
Probably not.
She says it would be long lasting. Just saying.
A lot of discussion about the balance
I
between
just
being able to
started.
play as male and female characters. What are your thoughts on Evie in Assassin's Creed Syndicate?
I came into to Assassin's Creed Syndicate fairly late in production, so a lot of the things were already established.
How do you feel about, for example, Syndicate's marketing, how Evie was represented in
This
that?
is interesting.
I think for myself, that's an area where it's so clear where the marketing machine has its claws, you know, because I look at even, you know, the cover of that game, and Evie, who feels so pivotal and so important, is positioned, you know, behind Jacob with a collection of kind of others. You know, she kind of is kind of getting relegated to a different role. And to me, you know, when we were talking about the Victorian era earlier, she has, in my opinion, a more interesting background, simply because of the position that she has occupied. There's so much interesting stuff that you could do with her, and I wish that there was more space for it. Being able to.
So, Assassin's Creed Syndicate was an interesting game. They bring up Ned. I'm sure Vincent knows of it. Like, Ned is clearly gets referred to as a transgender person because a person dresses as a man. The idea Evie, because I could summarize this part too, and it gets quicker. It was the first Assassin's Creed with dual protagonists.
Say, yeah, this is her story, or this is equally their story, would have been, I think, a lot stronger. And it's so hard when I'm on, let's say I'm on Valhalla and stuff, and we talk about, Eivor, and we say this is who we feel she is, this is what she's like, and then to kind of think a certain way about this character for a very long time, and then kind of look at the trailer and see exclusively the male version of that character. It's like, where is she? Where is this work that we have done? And all of a sudden, just by virtue of showing that character everywhere, showing the male character all the time, focusing so heavily on the man, what happens is we assume now that, oh, it was always meant to be that way. This must be a story about a man, but the woman is the secondary option.
That was also the case with Origins as well. We interviewed the voice of Aya.
So, this is a very interesting argument on marketing. Having Ned the brother on the cover wasn't the death sentence. I mean, you're talking Assassin's Creed. You could probably play as either character. Assassin's Creed Origins is the same way as well. You have a choice to play what other character you want. They also bring up, Odyssey. Odyssey had this as well. Just because majority chose the male character. Just saying. It doesn't condemn the game. It's the marketing. I didn't ignore you, Miss Sparkles, either. So I don't say that. So the idea of a marketing, right? A marketing team is going to go with what sells. See, right, Romeo, you agree? Oh, you self-muted.
Sorry, I'm looking at the chat.
Okay. You see what I'm saying, right? They're going with what's on the marketing.
Yes.
Valhalla was marketed as a game where both the male and female Ivor were both, well, female Ivor is more canon than the male, but you can choose to play as either. That was an evolution in marketing for them. You'll see them. So, describe it that way.
In our first episode, and she told us a little bit about, that Aya and Bayek were both supposed to have an equal role in the story originally, but then they decided to focus all on Bayek, and Aya became secondary.
Yeah, exactly. And that's something that I was like long distance witness to. And you can see people become disappointed. I think there are a couple of people on Twitter who had since left Ubisoft and were able to talk about it more openly.
Oh, there was also the false outrage at Ubisoft over Assassin's Creed Origin. Why can't you play as a gay assassin? Well, shit, when that grew with the idea of the assassin bloodline. Whoops. I remember that one. It was a couple of little angry people on Twitter who decided to turn that into a big outrage. They're like, but people are like, okay, so narratively, because that Assassin's Creed Origin was how the assassin got to, or the assassin order got to Greece. So if your character's gay, clearly the bloodline's not going to go further. No. In the ancient times. See, and this was a choice in marketing.
The Assassins of Gay.
Oh, weren't you not familiar with that, Romeo? That was actually true.
There was I think in Assassin's Creed 3, there's a gay scene, or where one of the people that you kill is like, I don't know, he's like in love with you. I forget which guy it was.
You know what's funny about the current Assassin's Creed? I think it's Valhalla. I want to say it's Valhalla. It's a person in modern times who's investigating Atlantis. That's the whole arc they're on right now. Is an angry lesbian woman who gets possessed by the spear and murders her lover.
What the fuck?
Yeah, IRL. Yeah. Outside of the Animus. Yeah. They're
What
like,
has games turned into?
yeah. There's a representation of the modern era.
Wait, how is being a violent lesbian representation?
Apparently she gets possessed by the spear and she knocks out or almost kills the other person outside the Animus.
Sounds like never mind. Continue. Let's continue the video.
Yes.
But I think what people don't see, or people don't necessarily think about, is that when you make a decision like that, you're not just going, okay, this is the story how it is. You're also telling people who were excited about that woman, people who wanted to help build that woman into a strong character, finally getting to see that happen, that's being taken away from them. So their investment in that game, is now reliant on them feeling safe enough to speak up. And I think a lot of the time when these things happen, we don't feel safe anymore. We just feel like, oh, well, we lost that. We're not as important as the male character. We're not as important as this. And it just gets people down.
Perspective and opinion.
Now, and then publicly, when people start going like, oh, well, I wanted more Aya, then people go, oh, well, she's not the main character, so you shouldn't want that. Same with, you go like, oh, we should have had more Evie. It's like, well, Jacob's the main character. And the question is is he? He's definitely on the box, and that gives him extra importance. Like the marketing and the way that we brand something influences the way that the content is perceived as well. And yeah, I think we're in this space now where no matter what, there's this idea that like, oh, well, women don't sell, so we're just going to put that on, we're just going to put this on the box, and then people are going to buy it, and that'll prove that because we put the man on the box, it sold. I think I wrote a whole thread about this thing that it's such a fallacy, because we look at it and we go, I was thinking about actually Assassin's Creed Odyssey, which I also didn't work on, but was the subject of a lot of talk when people were talking about Cassandra versus Alexios. And
Yeah, that's an interesting one. Because Assassin's Creed Odyssey, they say it's the son of the man or the daughter that goes over. And basically how it works is they either give birth to a daughter or a son that go over. The concept, that's been the Assassin's Creed origin storyline. Started there because they're more on the other. Now, people don't know marketing and women on boxes don't sell. Clearly, these people have never seen Asian games. But they would call them objectified. Korean RPGs, people. They know their audience. But bear in mind, this is Western game development. So Western game development is rather interesting. That's how they view it.
people will always, I guess, parrot this notion that, oh, well, because more people on paper.
Oh, there's also a game called Stellar Blade that has a woman on it that has sold well and people enjoy it.
Played as Alexios, therefore he's the superior character, therefore we.
Oh, before I forget as well, there was just a game released, Super Princess Peach, which is a female character in around a female-based game in the Mario universe.
And they changed the cover art for the American audiences.
Really? They put her in pants?
They changed her face from being cutesy to being like strong, independent woman face.
Oh no. Why? Why? And people still bought it.
Should be making male characters. And that's such a
Oh, that's also right. Women also bought it because there was a woman on Tomb Raider games. In the Shadow of Tomb Raider, people still bought it.
that's such a leap in logic, because what it's missing is how and why those things happen. And the
Of
reason
course, he's
is
going to play
that
Super Princess Peach.
a lot of the time, if you identify as male, you will assume that that male character is made for you, and if you identify as female, you assume that that female character
You
is
identify as
made for
male.
you. And so people choose what character they're going to play. And majority picks male because we have a largely male base. And then everyone goes like, well, see, female characters. People don't want to play them.
There are female gamers that play male characters. Then there are men who play female characters. What kind of argument is this? So I don't know. Game design is different. Basically, from what I've concluded about this woman is she feels, correct me if I'm wrong, Romeo, she cares more about the idea of the inclusion than actually what the gamers want.
Yeah. I feel like it can be everybody's token Hispanic and say Sometimes I just don't want to see Hispanic like representation in games because it's ham-fisted in and it doesn't seem genuine.
Yeah, to be fair, I feel you. I mean, representation in games is usually crap. Take even GTA as an example. Are there any good GTA characters? No. It's all bad. I feel that, like, I'll be honest with you. There's a point in game like Sargon had a whole thing. I just saw a video on Sargon discussing Gamersgate. It's a short thing. I'm going to go over it here. I'd go over it. I have to do some analysis of it. But the concept is he talks about something in Gamersgate, like people understand. Yeah, the effect of it is, yeah, you got us to not care about the characters in game design. Most characters are bland, vanilla, androgynous blobs now. We don't even look at it. Sometimes you'll spot the inclusion of something. I mean, to be fair, when I play an Ubisoft game, man, I'll be honest with you. Like in a FromSoft game, your character is so loaded in armor, you don't even know what your character looks like now.
I do want to like interject here for 1 second since Miss Sparkles was kind of talking about it in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
So there was a tweet by one of the I don't know if it was a Kotaku thing or Sweet Baby Inc. thing, where they were talking about like why we needed like the people that moderate, like representation, why they need to hire those people, and they said that they needed, what's it called, like, how do you say it? Like people to come in because people don't know how to write a character like that. But then at the same time, so you're trying to use stereotypes to write a character in a game, even though you say that you're not like the ones that are being racist. I always thought that
Oh,
was kind
you're talking about you're talking about the one that worked on Validate, aren't you?
I'm not sure. I saw it on Twitter.
There was a person on Twitter, right? That uh I don't know if this is the one you're particularly talking about. It's the one in the whole thing on when she was talking about Validate, which is the team was largely hiring the main developer said it's a game for like minority or represented people, and she wanted to only hire people or didn't feel safe enough having a project with white people, so she hired mostly blacks and minorities. Might have been her who you're talking about, and she caught a lot of flack because one of the other team members, which was a black man, basically said, "Yeah, it wasn't a lot of representation on this team because she wanted to create a diverse experience, and she felt because one of her initial things was she felt if she had white people on the team, it couldn't write it." And that's the thing. Kim Billar in the Womanize conference talks about more of the Validate, but that I don't know that whole thing on representation. It
I
age.
mean, for me, it's like, why don't you just write a character that's black, but then just don't bring anything up about, discrimination or something like that, because that just makes the game feel cringy, you know? Why not just make them like a regular person? Because it seems like that whenever they try to write characters who are black or another minority, they just make it a trauma dump thing and not something like they're an actual real person and it's just based off of their skin color.
You screw up a story, basically. Because I saw Kershey was talking to side scrollers earlier today. Uh, and she was talking about this subject. Like, It's very interesting, and it's something that Microsoft just put in.
I
How
think I heard it.
Microsoft was there was two things that came out of the recent GDC. One was they wanted Marxism and communism to be promoted. The other one was Microsoft wants DEI, and you to prioritize representation. They said game developers should prioritize representation and that type stuff in current video games. Which, but there's also the thing too is there was an article as well. They said, why doesn't Final Fantasy have more dark skinned or black people that aren't comic relief? I mean, partly it's a Japanese game, but also there has been dark skinned or more black people in later Final Fantasies. But I think I've heard it said too as well, like from that perspective, why? Like it seems like they're because Kirschy's whole thing was they want to target the Asian market. Like Forspoken is an example. That's done by Black Girl Gamers. Or I think mainly had that. Forspoken was supposed to be how the Japanese viewed, I guess. I'm still waiting for I want to see an inside baseball on Forspoken. And that was greenlit by a Japanese studio. And they gave the West everything they wanted. And the West didn't even take it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's supposed to be written from her perspective that she's a black woman.
But she actually looks mixed.
Yeah.
Okay, this might sound weird, but a lot of Africans, not African Americans, they have beef with African Americans. A lot of people from Africa have beef with African Americans.
Africans are very different than blacks, yes.
Actually, most of my friends are from Africa, and they're like the best people.
Well, you see the difference, Romeo, the difference, right? And this is, it's cultural. People from the Caribbean through Hispaniola
Mm-hmm.
aren't a big fan of Latin Americans.
Yeah, that's true, I know.
Don't ever call a Puerto Rican a Mexican or Latin American.
I know.
Those are fighting words.
Yeah, I know. I grew up like that.
So you know what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, very big difference. So the idea, right, is if we're talking representation, is that doesn't sell. Like no one can really explain why Forspoken truly failed. And it had a huge push with DLC attached to it. They thought that was going to be the hottest shit in the West. And it turned out to be the biggest bomb. So,
But that's because like you gave them that choice, and there's an assumption that you're supposed to align with
that's
what you're offered. But for me, if you had said, okay, this is Evie's game and Jacob's also in it, more people would have played as Evie because you created a game where that's possible and encouraged. You know?
Right, and it's sad that in the game itself, I don't know how it was. Like, was it always supposed to be that way, or maybe it was something that just happened during production? But what ends up being in the final product is Evie does kind of become sidelined also in the main missions. Like I played as her during free roam all the time.
That was your choice?
Almost, I think she only had like 1 or 2 main missions where she was.
Oh yeah,
and it was.
And that
they were supposed to be equal.
And that's where like you could have like if there was a genuine push, and there's some fantastic like women working on that team. There's a great team of writers behind it, and there's a great team of deciders. But everyone at some point must have decided, okay, well, this is okay, and decided to, and whether they were forced into it or whether they chose to do it, is these choices that we end up making where you go, okay, well, her storyline ends up getting reduced, and then it gets cut, and then something else gets cut, and then because at that point now you go, oh well, she's
No
less
one knows.
important because she doesn't have much to do. So if there's 2 missions to cut and one of them is a Jacob mission, one of them's an Evie mission, then it's reasonable to cut the Evie mission because she holds up less of the narrative. So it's this snowball of choices, right?
See, this makes me wonder if this is the same logic when they were working on Spider-Man 2 and decided to force like the Mary Jane mission where she becomes a special ops commando and can just knock out trained thugs. But it sounds to me like game design thing. Like Evie got relegated to a side character who you could play as in the free roam, but Jacob was the main one. Am I right or wrong, Romeo?
Sorry, I have my mouth full.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah, you're right.
I'm right? Because that's what it sounds like to me.
Mm-hmm.
It feels to me like that was a narrative reason why it got cut, not because of a gender thing. Because we don't know, like in game development, why does a section get cut down? And the whole team was okay with it because she views it as it's wrong. Just because you liked playing as Evie more doesn't mean the people who were writing the story felt maybe they felt she had an impact, but it wasn't Jacob was going to be the main one, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense.
So, because you're getting what I'm saying, right? Because that's what they went with.
From the jump that you are fighting against. So it doesn't matter how much the team says, oh, we really want to get behind Evie, we want to do this. They might just not have the power to. And so they can work within the space that they have, and they can try to make her as strong a character as they can in the time that they have. But if there's a decision from on high that says, oh, well, we don't want any more of her, there's not much they can do to fight it. And then you end up with this situation where, as players, you both feel like I wanted more.
That's why games are different now.
It's always a little crazy to me that Evie really is like the true assassin of the 2 twins, and yet they decided, yeah, we're going to cut the assassin from an Assassin's Creed game.
Yeah, and I would wonder, and having only spent a small amount of time nearer to the end, I would have loved to know more about those decisions. And I think a couple times they've been spoken about on Twitter, and it would be great to look into those threads. But I think for me, what it says is that we see her as inherently less interesting, less marketable, less important, and we're going to treat her like that.
What's interesting about Valhalla is that we knew from early on.
So that's the thing. Now you're about to get into the part about Valhalla's the stuff, marketing about it. Valhalla was very mixed as far as Assassin's Creed games. Syndicate is not bad, but Syndicate is definitely thought of as weird because this comes from when they talked about doing Origins. They did Valhalla. You have 2 protagonists. What winds up becoming the main protagonist in the story. Valhalla was the first design. I don't even think that's why people really dislike Valhalla. Valhalla is a symptom of a problem with Assassin's Creed. Oh no. Sparkles, be nice. So, it was also designed from the ground up that they were equal. There's a lot of games that take an approach. Like, I think Gotham Knights, there's no main missions. You can play all the main missions as any character you want, and that appears in the cutscenes. So, Assassin's Creed Valhalla was designed from the ground up for the characters to be equal, but it is said the female Ivor is canon.
It was confirmed by the narrative director early on that both genders were canon, even though in the marketing they only used
So in
male
the end,
Eivor,
they
like
said the
90%
female
of the
Ivor
time,
was more
or even more
canon
than that.
than the male.
And that's what frustrates me to no
The
end.
other one was a figment
Because
made
by
up.
having before launch, you have the statement that is okay. Well, these are both canon, but then you go, okay, who got the investment? Who got the live action trailer? Who got the first CGI trailer? Who got all these things?
The man got the first trailer, but they then said the female Ivor is the main Ivor that's canon because it's based on Odin. Now, tell me if this makes sense. She is supposed to be Odin. And then they said the male Ivor was just a figment of her imagination that she created as a projection. But the real one was the female Ivor. That's the bones that get found. Yeah, Miss Sparkles, that's actually how the dual narrative works. You can play as either of them, but because of the lore in Assassin's Creed, I guess she's in a pod or something. Like, they still need to go into this more eventually. But they said it was the female Ivor that was actually the real Ivor. Because of the perspective, they view it as male. It's viewed as the male's the main one. But it's actually the female. It's more of the present. Yeah, no. It has to deal with the lore of the precursor people. That's what all the Assassin's Creeds are doing now. They're no longer on the Assassins versus the Templars. They haven't done that since Assassin's Creed 3.
All of a sudden, everyone goes, oh, that's a story about a guy. And of course they do, because they haven't seen anything else. And I think, I wish that in fact, I wish this about so many different games where when you can have a customizable character, when you can have...
And the thing about what she's about to describe is the same thing that's been done for the last couple of years.
A character of any gender, why don't you show something different? When I think about like Mass Effect, or you think, okay, what does Commander Shepard look like? And if you look up, Mass Effect cover, the Commander Shepard that we see is white, is usually male. And then later on, there was they showed
Assassin's Creed and Mass Effect 2, Shepard's body gets destroyed. You can play as a female Shepard. What's the problem? You can choose to keep that body versus get your original body back.
like a female Shepard who also was white. And I go, wait a second, the whole thing about this is that you could create your own. So why are we still showing the white man?
Yeah.
Because then honestly, the effect that it has is that for the people who don't really care about customization, for the people who aren't going to do that, that's the default. Everything is the default. and then anything else that we do outside of that is niche. I do wish that we could have more, we could try to appeal to different communities and try to say, hey, if this character can be anything, if this character can be of any gender, if we can do this, let's show that. Let's make that a part of our marketing. Let's make that a part of our brand and accept how strong that is. But it's just, for me, it's frustrating because you work so hard to say, hey, we're going to make a character who can be who you want them to be. We are going to be, we are going to think about female Eivor as either canon or equally canon. But if she's not treated that way, then who's going to believe it? Outside of, you or I would really care about that because it's something that we're interested in. But for someone who's just going, oh, I'm just going to pick up a game. I look at this cover, it's got a dude on it. Okay, that's it. That's what the game's about.
In Dragon Age Inquisition, they actually that cover art was made in such a way that you couldn't see the character's face or their race, or like they could be human, they could be elf. You can't really tell
of
from
all
a distance.
games that
and you couldn't really tell if it was male or female.
No, and I love that. That's where I think we should be aiming, because if the fantasy is created,
and that's what I think they should have done with Odyssey and Valhalla as well.
Because I think, if there are so many opportunities to go, hey, look what we did, we're doing something different. But for me, if I pick up Assassin's Creed Valhalla and I just see, okay, here's Eivor, even if it doesn't look like the Eivor that I have spent, over a year of my life in builds playing or considering.
And that's personal choice.
I can't even imagine how it feels for someone who hasn't had that experience. It feels so much like, oh yeah, that's who the character is. But you can also play him as a woman if you want, is the feeling that I think people get.
And it's always the woman is always the B side of the cover.
But she was the main
exactly.
character.
Yeah, it makes it feel like, oh well, you can also do this if you'd like.
Yeah.
It feels like it's a special interest group, when in reality it's completely intended by the team to be, someone who is as worthy of the spotlight as anybody else.
Can you maybe tell us about which quests you worked on in either game?
So,
like something that we can look out.
No, Miss Sparkles, the idea about Valhalla is, as I said, because of the past life and the congruency in the present memories, because she is Odin, she was reborn as a female with the male memories. She sees herself as male in the Animus, or wherever she is.
Sounds fucked up to me.
That's because of the past memories of the prior civilization. But in
I was gonna say this. Miss Sparkles, yes. I sound like a lady because it's because I'm gay. That's my answer.
Interesting. But you're seeing what I say, Romeo, right? What I say, how they designed it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because you're getting that's how they designed Valhalla. Because of the incongruency in the back past memories, she sees herself as male. That's why people see it as male in the Animus. But it's confirmed that the female is canon. I looked this up myself. So I don't disagree with the narrative because of the whole past memories thing. And I mean, to be fair, the precursor people storyline is always stupid. But that's how they handle it. And she also quotes Dragon Age Inquisition. I don't think I've ever heard anything about it. If you want a generic front cover, that's fine. But you can design a game where the main protagonist is designed in such a way you don't know what they look like, but they can be inserted with any of the armor you choose into any cutscene. Duh, sparkles be nice.
Specifically.
Yeah, for Valhalla,
Now you see what she worked on. This is a little bit different. So she worked largely on the settlement system. I don't really think I ever heard anything good about the settlement system.
I handled a lot of the settlement stuff.
But there was also the thing too. Assassin's Creed Valhalla was very grindy. Somehow, like the open world, because it was the first massive, more open world compared to the other. And if she worked on the settlement system, I can understand why. But it's an interesting little part to this. Because Assassin's Creed Valhalla, like, it was very mixed in its success. And again, this brings full circle because they worked on the last two, but it wasn't a failure either. If you know what I mean, Romeo. Retrospectively, it was a mixed game. Some people liked it, some people didn't. Because half of Valhalla you play not even as an assassin. Doesn't even feel like an Assassin's Creed.
Yeah, that doesn't sound good.
Yeah, and we all know how Assassin's Creed play. That's why Assassin's Creed Mirage was a return to form. Highlight the differences in the Assassin's Creeds. Romeo, you said you played Assassin's Creed 3, right?
Yeah.
You remember how you could kind of parry in the open, you could fight in the open without being screwed over?
Yeah.
Kinda, yeah. There's
does.
compared to the other Assassin's Creed where you had to focus on stealth.
Yeah, I always thought it was kind of weird how I could just fight people out in the open.
And that was a big difference in 3 versus the stealth. That was not in 4, like not in Valhalla. And that was brought back in Assassin's Creed Mirage.
Mirage.
Well, it's based on the Arab. They're trying to branch out and say there's the Assassin's Chronicle all over the world.
Wait, isn't like everyone supposedly like related to each other into the future, right?
Well, to be fair, yeah, there's a narrative.
So then why are the main characters, they look, well, never mind. Because it's like
No.
Mr. All Over the World kind of, or Miss All Over the World kind of.
There's
thing.
more than one group of original assassins. But it's a topic for a different day.
Happens, including a lot of the main story beats that take you through that growth process, that take you through the main story. I think the most unusual thing I did on the game that people can but beyond the settlement and story stuff, is I did the flighting, which is the poetry battle that you have.
That's one of my favorite activities in the game.
Oh, really?
I
I'm
love
so
them
glad.
so much.
Bitch,
Yeah,
really
I still have, at this point in my career, I still have a hard time going,
That's
oh, I'm proud of this,
thing.
because
I don't
because I
know.
have anxiety, and
To
I'm
be
a writer,
fair,
but
it felt like a mini.
those are really
game
fun
in
to
the
do. I
game,
can say
but
is that it was
I
something that when I
digress.
came on the project, being kind of talked about as a possible thing to do, and Darby McDevitt, the narrative director, kind of presented it as a
Okay, so for reference, the flighting is based on roaming poetry battles you can have in the settlements. Okay. That's what it is. That, I guess that was her contribution. I mean, that's fine. It's basically a mini game within a mini game. A minute within the game to do. You know what I mean? Like a side quest. It's a side quest within the game. Some people don't like just like Arch is playing Dragon's Dogma 2. He's doing the autistic thing. He takes from one quest to another, not realizing there's a side quest or so. Like, part of me, when I play Dragon's Dogma myself, there's an area I'll be dragged into almost endless combat. So side quests and little fun things are usually meant to take your mind off actual goings on. So the concept, right? Flighting isn't, it's serious, but it's not. I mean, it wasn't to progress the settlements. I mean, some people just didn't care for the settlements. Some people don't care about the building. It's like if you watch me play Fallout.
I'm gonna need to continue watching the video because I have to, I don't have much time left.
The possibility of something that they wanted to do, and I said, like,
This.
one, I love it, and I need this to stay in the game, and two, I'll see what I can do with it. And so I kind of very much inspired by Monkey Island's insult sword fighting, and also by kind of, I think, like, very, I guess, very poetry slam rap battle, like that kind of form of kind of cheesy recap raps, which I always find very fun, and kind of merging those two concepts into something where it's fun to go across the world now and battle people. And they always call it like Viking rap battles, and I'm always a little bit hesitant because I'm like, I did not write them from the perspective of like, I'm going to write a really good rap song, because none of these, they're not going to hit the top 10 anytime soon. But they create these really fun poems, and it's so much fun right now to have the old emails. Whenever I would write them as poems, I would send them to Darby, and having those things that just like, I wrote these really ridiculous rhyming poems filled with like weird insults are now in this game. I think there's 15 of them, or maybe 16 if you count the tutorial. Like, that's something that I can really say, yeah, I had a weird impact on this game by reading that. And then a lot of the stuff, the settlement and the rest of the game, I'm happy with what I was able to contribute. I loved working with that team. It was three folks, David, Vincent, and Loren. And yeah, making that was really, really cool. I think, yeah, the weirdest little tidbit that is easiest to say, yeah, that's me, is a lot of the fighting.
I love the fight as well.
And a lot of the, yeah. Oh, I'm so glad that delights me, because I think that's a lot of the little fun stuff in the game is what I'm most enamored by.
That's the big thing. You'll see the difference between male and female, like how people view games. Settlement building, side quests, and exploring, right? This type stuff appeals more towards women. And I can see that, why she put that in there. But I remember the flighting. I remember that being discussed by Skill Up. It was a fun side activity, but you didn't have to engage in. Of course, more people like the building and the exploring. It's distinct. It's different.
Because a lot of the main beats that I also helped write, they're things that are part of a greater thing, right? They're part of a greater narrative that I'm kind of trying to serve. But there's a lot of little moments, I think, in the settlement, and I'm really enamored with some of the small character details, some of the fun stuff that you can do that's a little more ridiculous. I know that when I have played past Assassin's Creeds, I enjoy the story, but I also enjoy having those little moments where your very serious character can encounter some kind of unusual person or unusual thing and have a different kind of experience, one that's outside of, because I think one of the things that's most fun to me also about Eivor, and the reason that I love fighting and little things in the settlement so much, is that Eivor is such a serious character. She's amazing. She's like so talented. She's a killer. She's a diplomat in many ways. She's very stoic. And getting to write her into these more unusual moments where she's not necessarily equipped, she's more equipped for battle than for comedy. And having that, I think, little incongruity is a lot of fun to play with.
I'll also add that I really love the settlement, and I've only met Yanli for like 2 minutes, and I love her already.
Oh, yay. I'm so glad. And it's another one of those things where like I would love to have more time to explore like smaller characters and give them more arcs, but there's always next time to have that. I think what we have in there is really, really strong and really fun.
Did you also write, since Hytham is also part of the settlement, did you write his parts, or?
Yes.
I haven't explored the settlement that much yet. I've built a couple of buildings so far, but not.
Yeah.
So I was just wondering about that, since he's also
yes,
part of the main
I did a lot of the main story stuff, which I won't talk about too much because it's full of spoilers. But some of the even especially like the late game stuff that there's a settlement, I had a hand in, and it was really fun for me as someone who was handling the settlement pieces of both the main story and those things, because
Which one, Miss Sparkles? The one that sounds like a European female is different. Kim Ballar is the main one speaking, taking the questions. The one that asks the questions, there's three different women. One's a younger woman. The one that sounds like kind of an older European woman is in her 30s. Then there's Kim Ballar. Kim Ballar is the main one speaking, right? The last one speaking. Then there's a younger one, slightly probably younger than Kim Ballar. Like, she really isn't nothing burger on the team. But the other one is still at Ubisoft. Kim Ballar, I would probably... in reality, I would put all of these are older. The problem is she is definitely. But to understand, without looking who this is, I might have to look at who she actually really is. Because I know that voice. Because she's been there. That she is interesting because I think she's from Central Europe or Eastern Europe, probably that region. She might be, and it's a very interesting reflective attitude that was at Ubisoft at the time. So she is definitely older. Kim Ballar, probably is in her 30s at this point. I don't know her exact age. Because she has been in the gaming industry. So, talking about everyone is probably in her 30s or 40s at this point in this video.
I would see all these different writers writing these amazing arcs, like these incredible mysteries, these incredible adventures for Eivor. And then my job was often to go, okay, where is she coming from here? What are the consequences of the actions that she performed in this territory? And how can I help you extend that experience? There's one...
Yay, fetch quest.
I'll be spoiler light, but there's one territory where if you do the right thing, you can recruit someone to join your ranks. And getting to kind of have that character do cool stuff in the territory, and then now she's being handed over to me to kind of take care of for the rest of the game is really cool. It's yeah, and that's for me the fun stuff of it. I was very fortunate to get to kind of tell some of the quieter stories, some of the more what is Eivor like when she's at home is a question that I often got to answer.
Do you still remember it? It's already been 5 years since Syndicate. I mean, maybe longer for you, but do you remember any quests that you handled there specifically?
There's a couple months, and a lot of it was like a couple of rewrites of late game missions and a metric ton of item descriptions. So my work on that was fairly light in that way, but it was the first time that I got to be kind of immersed in that world, and it gave me a lot of insight into how quest design, and I was more able to kind of shadow folks and support them in that way. But it gave me a lot of insight into how these things are made that I hope I was able to kind of bring to bear in Valhalla.
Awesome.
So our group specifically, the Assassin's Creed Sisterhood, is very interested in not only promoting women in the industry, but we also would really like to see more female characters. So is there any like advice you can give to us that what are some of the things that we as fans can do to encourage studios to give us more titles with leading women?
Honestly, I think you're doing it right now. It's about creating the knowledge that audience exists. It's creating awareness around the fact that that's what you want. It's making yourself known and creating a space for yourself to say, yeah, this is important to me and I want it. And it is asking for accountability. You know, if we look at like again, as we talked about over the summer with so many things, especially at Ubisoft, that were, so predatory, so dangerous for women, for marginalized identities, it's about calling that out and saying that, because for me, I think that it's easy for a lot of people to go like, oh, well, if you don't like it, don't play. But no, it's because you like it, because you want to play, that you care about this. So for me, it's equal parts asking for content to change, saying, I want to see more women. I want to see, more queer characters, more characters of color. I want to see more of these identities represented. And also you have to, if in order for you to do that, you have to clean up your own house. You have to make sure that you're creating a space where that can come to bear. So I think it's and what I appreciate about the Sisterhood so much is that it's not just about saying, hey, we want more women in this. It's about saying we want women who are making these things to be cared for, to be supported, and to be defended. And so we care as much about making sure that this company is accountable for its mistakes and for its abuses, while also saying, because we want it to be better, because we actually do care about these things, we care about these characters, we care about this world, we care about the creators, the kind and empathetic people who are working every day on a lot of these products. And we see the people who are doing the work from the inside, and we're fighting for them. Because those are the people who are going to give you the characters that you want.
She looks
and so
like
they have to be protected first. So I would say that, yeah, it's exactly what you're doing. It's being clear on your position. It's not female characters at any cost. It's not if you put a female character, we'll excuse what you do in the workplace. It's saying, no, everything is important and everything is connected, and we want broad change.
Thank you so much. This has been really educational.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. I wasn't too much of a downer.
One of these is a cosplayer.
He needs to cosplay as being silent.
I forget what it is. Well, of course she owns a cat. How dare be mean.
But yeah, I care a lot about this, and as someone who worked on it, there's this.
Kim has anxiety disorders. That's why if you see the second one. Just trying to look at.
Gone? Oh.
Huh?
The sparkle's gone?
No. To my knowledge.
Discords.
real challenge in saying, hey, I want to see the work that I did and the work of my colleagues represented, but I want to make sure that when I say, hey, buy this game, that money is going to a place that I can put my faith into. You know, it's the same thing where I want to create a space where you can buy this game and feel no amount of conflict in that. And that is, I think, where it becomes, you know, the difference between, you know, visual diversity and actual
That's
representation.
actually something that I would like to ask about. Is a lot of people did feel this kind of conflict when they started hearing these news over the summer. It becomes this question of, you know, do I support the company by buying this game? Like, do I support these practices that have been going on? Am I hurting devs, or am I supporting the devs by buying their work? How do you personally feel about that?
Personally, I really do think it's an individual decision, and I would say that I would lean towards the fact that a lot of the time, supporting the work of the devs is also about supporting the humanity of the devs. It's about saying, hey, I value the work that you do and I think it's incredible, but here's why I am contested. It's because you weren't treated as well. But I think we can't keep going like, oh, well, if we don't buy it, then they're going to be punished for that, or they're not going to make it, because it is not your fault as a consumer when a corporation treats its employees poorly. You know, it's like when we talk about this idea of crunch in companies, we go, well, sure, they crunched, but we have to support the devs. And it's like, that's not your job. It is the company's job to support and empower the devs to create a product that you will want to buy. And so when it comes to that, I think it is an individual, you know, ethical choice, the same way that, you know, I want to order something from Amazon. Do I want to support Jeff Bezos for this convenience? Sometimes the answer is yes. Other days the answer is no. And we kind of try to do our best with that.
I forgot he included this.
You know, with all those decisions. But largely, I think, you know, I want the vocal support, and I want to be able to have people's work.
Damn, I forgot I included that. Miss Sparkles probably just disconnects. She does that sometimes. Man, you gotta throw in the activist poke at Jeff Bezos. Am I wrong?
I mean, they always do.
No? You get what I'm saying? It's like weird.
Yeah, I hear you.
It's that activist language is what I was saying earlier, right? This was in this.
Experienced, but if there's a way that we can manage to say, you know, I purchased this game because I want to experience your work, but also I want to work hard, I think that's kind of a happy medium that we can end up in. You know, it's about making those kind of ethical choices and deciding that even if you make something that you say like, yeah, it is supporting the company, but it is also creating a space for discussion. You know, I completely respect that, and I do it myself all the time, which I know is kind of a cop-out answer as far as like, you know, there is no ethical consumption under capitalism, or kind of in that vein. But ultimately, I think, you know, we're all caught in this thing that we just have to work harder at pushing back against the things that the bad aspects of this company, the bad structural stuff, and trying our best
to reference the earlier, this was the 2020 stuff that came out when there's a lot of Me Too's in there. This was the summer of love going on. And Ubisoft had some scandals come out.
Yeah, I will say, for anybody that's going to be watching this in the future, remember, an activist uses most of these words right here. Basically, it's gaslight, gatekeep, safe space. What's the other one she used?
What do you mean? Colonize and a bunch of others?
Colonize, intersectionality.
Anything it's like DEI language, it sounds like CRT language.
Yeah. Oh, and what's that one?
Cis hetero white males.
Yep, and then there's one more that she said. It started with an A. I don't know. We can move on. But yeah.
Yeah, no. And they usually take digs at popular big rich people. No, because what people, if you see this in the VODs and the back playthroughs, I'm doing this because this is something that the first video got yeeted because it got blocked. And I had to edit it, and then through a process, it got corrupted, and then, yeah, it sucks. So, felt it need. Because the big thing is, it's going into what she is. Because a lot of people pick on her for low hanging fruit. I view her as a symptom of a problem. There's something more pretty much telling. So, I'll go into about that. But this is active. It's like the idea is she wants anything, it's like diversity and inclusion. This language you hear more, and they want to creep into Japan. So hopefully I'll get to this next one easier. But this is a part, and it's the Assassin's Creed Sisterhood. You can find it. I mean, surprising for a 3-year-old video. It only has 1,100 views. So it's a little simpler. Now, this I tried looking up her at the GDC conference, but it's a little more. She does have anxiety. I mean, it's more present here.
So hi, I'm Kim.
This is roughly, because the GDC thing that gets quoted comes from a conference a year before this, and it's very similar language.
Kim Belair. I'm a writer, I'm a narrative designer, and I'm the co-founder of a narrative development company called Sweet Baby Inc.
Notice that this was filmed after this interview, this prior one. She calls Sweet Baby Inc. a consulting firm. Not all of this.
We work in AAA games right now. We're working
Sensitivity
with
and
like,
narrative.
WB Montreal, Ubisoft, Rocksteady, a few other spots.
Mm-hmm.
And we also work in indie with places like Co-op, Elastic Games, and actually Threaks in Hamburg as of very recently.
Now, there's a list of companies. If you look back through their site, and you might find the archives of other companies they work with. They work with Wizards of the Coast. They might work with Steam, but I don't know in what capacity, but not in a big one. But definitely higher in Wizards of the Coast and other games. Like, I would put largely, but they're not the only sensitivity readers at Wizards of the Coast. That's why I say it's a symptom of a problem. So, you have to think about this.
This is a talk that I'm actually really excited to do here because it's something.
Now, this sounds like a seminar talk. This is largely a seminar talk because she gives an evolved form. As I said, the GDC conference is very similar to this.
I think it's really always been valuable to me, and whenever I've gotten a chance to speak about these issues, I would just kind of want to share them as much as possible. And this is a cool kind of conference to do it at because it's not just games, it's also film and other media, and I'm excited to see how it goes over. So hi, for a bit of background on me. Okay, so that's gonna be this. That's me. I've been a professional writer for about 12 years, as you can tell, but I've always written stuff ever since I
Apologize
was
for that audio.
a kid. And I want to start kind of at the beginning of my life because I think that it's important context for the way that I learned about representation, for the way that I learned about how people like me are socialized, and a lot of the people I think that are marginalized in this world get socialized, especially when it comes to things like inclusion in stories and in narrative. So to start, when I was...
To give context, I like to look into how people get and how they are. So that's why I pulled this. A lot of people have just looked at how she acted over the years. Maybe there is. You have to understand. Some people are grifters in this space naturally. Nita Sarkeesian is one. Zoe Quinn, I guess you could say, fail upwards the same way. Kim Bellar, I have a firm belief, is an activist. She believes firmly in everything she says. Now, the question is how she's gone about it over the years. She's been more unabashed lately, last 2 years.
Small and starting to kind of express myself creatively, I wrote about myself a lot. I think as we all do as kids, we put ourselves in our stories, we put ourselves in our illustrations, and we put ourselves and our families in like really cool scenarios, right? We have adventures and we tell stories. And I think telling stories about people who are us, who look like us, is so important at that age. And it's something everyone does, right? And I was in elementary school and I felt free to do it. And I realized that, yeah, a lot of the stories that I was dealing with were about like, oh, everyone should be friends, everyone should be equal, community is important, and all these lessons that you're taught as a youth. And then I got into high school and suddenly I realized like my stories, the stories about people like me, weren't considered real or right. At the time, I was given this list of authors who I was told were legitimate, who I was told were important. These are the voices that you should be listening to at all times. And as you can imagine, they were almost entirely white.
So what she is describing is, see, I'm not judging her how she grew up, but Romeo, you can correct me if I'm wrong on this. She sounds like she had an interesting upbringing, but she had a different view on life until she became a teenager, and then she learned about life.
Yeah.
So, and I think I've asked you this before, like, even when we were talking on Discord, did you ever see stuff like Catcher in the Rye, Kill a Mockingbird when you were coming through school? We all have our classical literature that we were raised on.
I read darker stuff. I think I told you in like the last stream we did, we read Animal Farm.
Yeah, most people go Animal Farm.
And like The Giver. We read The Outsiders and Lord of the Flies.
Yes.
And then I read some Edgar Allan Poe stuff.
Yeah, that's like classic literature, yes. So clearly, right, she shows The Catcher in the Rye and then other things. So maybe writing didn't feel right to her, so to speak. That could just be what it is. Writing felt weird. I think something did happen to her. It's kind of like I deal with EVS. I think something broke EVS years ago. I think he had a snap. That's why he is the way he is. And with
I don't
Kim,
even know what you're talking about.
no, I have to show you. Maybe one day I'll say something on him. He does weird things. But like with Kim here, she described as a kid writing, so she wanted to write. But I don't think someone told her as a kid. Maybe it's retrospective. Someone said it was a list of authors that looked like her. I don't think she thought that as a teenager. Do you? Could be wrong. Something is an attitude that develops. What do you think? High school.
I don't know. She's I don't know how to explain it right at the second.
Weird.
Yeah.
Strange. Maybe we'll see if she comes out more, but that's my perspective. I've seen through this a couple of times.
Men, and that was basically as much diversity as I was experiencing. When we had a few women, they were largely white, and so were the subjects of these stories, with kind of like a few people thrown in here and there, and they were usually thrown in as tokens or as lessons. Because when we read a book by, say, a woman or a Japanese author or a black author, those stories that we were being shown were usually about being a woman or about being Japanese or about being black. And they were usually, unfortunately, about pain and how difficult it is and how terrible it is to be that kind of person.
You know who you
She's a hypocrite.
do you know who you blame for this though?
Mm,
You blame standardized testing teaching in schools.
yeah, but I was gonna explain why she's a hypocrite.
You're
Because she kind of like said that um I don't know. Well, it seems like to me she wants what she just said she didn't want, you know? She says, "Oh, everyone talks about their pain and this and that and like stories," but then it's like she wants that put into video games, so why is she being hypocritical right here?
It's like even for a seminar talk, right? It leaks through.
Mm-hmm.
This is like a pitch, right? When you go to a seminar, you're giving out a good pep speech. This is a rehearsed of the GDC conference a year prior. To be honest, it was more better put together than this. But it's roughly the same thing. But it's more interesting in the timeline. But you have to understand, right? Now she just wants to shove diversity and make sure every pain into everything.
Yeah,
That's the weird thing.
I know, and she just said she didn't like. She says we were always shown the pain stuff, and it's like you're just wanting to put the pain stuff into stuff as well. So what the fuck are you trying to say?
That's the one thing I find weird about some of these people. Like when I deal with EVS, EVS says one thing and contradicts himself the next. But with like her, what is different than what her company actually does? Maybe she doesn't see it that way. But she explains it a little further. So I think her philosophy is key.
And so what I learned very early on was that books about white men were literature, they were art, and books about every
Why does it have to be about white men? I don't get that. That strikes me as cringe. Am I the only one who would think that?
Yeah, it's cringe. But I feel like she hasn't read a lot of stuff because not a lot of books are about white men doing stuff. It's usually about kids or younger teenagers. And sometimes they're female, sometimes they're male. I mean, most of the stories I read in school, as I said, what I explained, the giver is their
What did she
child.
read on the side? I'm sure she read books from the library, like Little
Oh,
Women.
this might sound weird, but I just went to my library the other day, and
Hmm.
literally in the center of like the area, it says books by black people, and then it was just like half. It took up half the aisle.
I mean, to be fair, that doesn't sound weird.
It didn't.
Libraries,
It doesn't sound.
libraries will curate.
Yeah, but then all the books are really bad. I've read a bit of it, and I'm like, what the fuck is this? It's all about like race and trauma, and nothing about like actually having a black character being not about the race, you know?
You should see the book original thing about Little Women by like The Color Purple.
Oh, I love the movie.
The original The Color Purple.
Yeah, with Whoopi Goldberg.
And Oprah.
Hmm.
It's interesting. I mean, not all books that are curated are bad. They might not be for the audience intended, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean that's true. but I know that a lot of people like myself, like let's say, um, let's see Miles Morales. I guess you can say he's Hispanic, but a lot of people just want to say he's black because they don't want to make him sound Hispanic, right?
He's mixed, to be honest.
Yeah, but I mean, I- it's kind of hard to say. I mean, I'm Hispanic, but I know my one of my great great grandmothers was black, which might surprise you. But most
Oh,
Hispanics
yeah.
have African ancestry in them somehow. But
So,
it's like,
like, he's Puerto Rican. That's so the concept of like Miles Morales, right? And this is what people have forgotten about, and they don't think about this. When Bendis originally came up with him, I think when I said about Dane, he said I was wrong too, and I didn't know what I was talking about. So Miles Morales was conceived as a replacement to Spider Man because Spider Man was going to die in the Ultimate Verse, the original one. And he was the answer. Black Puerto Rican. His father was a villain. And clearly, I guess that was his original origin, right? Now, take that into account, knowing that he's already screwed over in his own. And he was also made by Bendis as a reflection of a young Barack Obama. Now, with all this combined, he's supposed to step into the role of Spider Man, who had just died valiantly fighting the Green Goblin, bleeding to death from wounds, right?
mm,
Now, he's already cursed, by the way, being a weird legacy character with also being mixed race in a community that's going to frown down upon him.
mhm.
So, do you think he needs much more diversity
Probably not. From
and
what
adversity?
I mean, I don't know. I just know I've seen gameplay of the newest Spider-Man game and the Miles Morales thing, just like adding a lot more race stuff to it when it's not always needed.
But you see what I'm saying? That's his character origin.
Mm-hmm.
He's black Hispanic in a community that has issues with that mixture.
Mm-hmm.
How much more diversity do you need?
I mean, I think people are gonna want to make him gay,
They did try
non-binary.
to make him gay at one point. Didn't fail, didn't they? When they brought him back into 616, that's how you get. Fun fact: this is what Dane argued with me about because he didn't know. They brought Miles Morales back roughly in about the same time period they brought Riri Williams in to replace Tony Stark, who had just died in Civil War II.
Yeah.
Miles got embraced. Riri Williams was seen as a person stealing the mantle, being used to steal the mantle of Tony Stark, not as a replacement, even though she is a very intelligent person. She's a similar to Tony Stark.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Weird, huh?
Yeah. That's probably why I don't read comics or I'm not into the superhero stuff as I was when I was younger. I just like watch a lot of like Spider-Man stuff.
Oh yeah, you wouldn't know that's Riri's origin. Riri's origin, like Oh, I liked originally Riri Williams, how they introduced her. She was admitted to MIT because she was a brainchild, very intelligent. She retrofitted a Tony Stark armor, kind of like a young Tony Stark. Man,
Yeah.
history definitely has proven different.
This might be a weird question, but do you think that revenge stories are superhero stories?
Depends in the context.
Okay. Just asking because you say you don't like scary stuff, right? But this is more of a revenge manga that I've been recommending to people. I don't know if you would like to read it, but
I find it as weird. You can recommend it, but I've seen.
Everybody else,
I have to make the statement. Revenge mangas get weird. Very much so.
were niche or they were token, they were special interest. And meanwhile, there's me. I just wanted to be a writer.
What? How did she feel about books like Frederick Douglass? Like, it's like black people never grew up on Roots. I knew of Roots as a kid.
So badly. And I internalized that in a way that I didn't even realize for years. Like, I spent actual years writing about white men. I made sure that I was going to put them in my stories because I thought, oh, I'm making art. I'm making more relatable art. And that feeling that, like, I guess this is what this is supposed to look like is something that only in my mid-20s did I realize, like,
There
oh,
we go.
I need to maybe unpack how.
There we go. So as a kid, she thought it was fine till she got through college. See what I mean?
yeah.
She got into college, kind of like you see in Destiny's community, right?
Mm-hmm.
Destiny was conservative till he got to college. Then something broke.
It's called mind manipulation.
You see something different, and this caused her to have a massive retrospect.
Much I'm doing that because I had been so deeply entrenched in this deeply uninteresting idea that if I write about white men, if I read stories about white men and by white men, that is me participating in something that is neutral and universal.
By white
And
men.
I say that, as
Look,
a woman of color,
I
someone who's
want to
socialized
know.
as a woman of color, and if it's that hard for me, I can't imagine how hard it is when you don't kind of have that barrier. And obviously, we don't all fall into that trap. There are always people who are telling different stories, and I just want to point it out here, though, because I see so much of it in a lot of us creatives who are marginalized or not. We have created this normal that we still unconsciously follow, and it still affects us, even as we like.
Oh, yes, creatives. Creatives. If I asked you what is a creative, what would you say that term means?
I mean, when I think of creative, I think of people that make movies, that write stories, that draw, that do stuff like that. I mean, you can also be creative in the way of other ways, but that's
You're
mostly what it
You're creating something.
yeah.
What do you think?
I mean,
A small time YouTuber, something like I do or somebody else does as a passion project, would be considered a creative type persona.
I think most YouTubers are creative in their own way. They have their own editing style. There's one thing I talked to Vincent last night because we were talking a lot. His old videos had a lot of good editing in it, and I don't see that in his new videos. And I feel like there's some people that their editing stuff. I mean,
Oh, it's different. Like if I were to edit more than I do, like it'd be different. But yeah, because like I see the word creative thrown around a lot. I don't like it. I feel like I have to do a talk into it someday, but like I've seen people go, "Oh, I transform." Yeah, I don't. I'm not a react. I feel in YouTube you have to or create like YouTube when it comes to YouTube, right? Maybe some other. You have creatives, you have reactionaries in media. Now, creatives are able to create something, maybe transform it. Now, I say this when it applies to her. She views herself as a creative as she's transforming the space around her. But in fact, she acts like a reactionary. Like, I create content for a small curated group. She might be doing the same, but she thinks she can transform on a large scale. See, she got radicalized around college, I believe. Maybe someone tells her, like you've probably seen in your age group, going through high school, right? Oh, is that the girls? One of the girls starts doing something. The popular girl does something, right? Then the rest mimic it. Was it the way your high school was, or just times changed? Romeo? Guess I'll continue.
Actively advocate for change. And I think that that is shown in the way that we manage representation, which is as a deviation from what is normal. Representation is shown as like this thing that we have to
Representation
always,
is very
always
important to her.
be scared of, always be wary of. And one wrong move, if we don't do it, is going to get us shut down or shouted down or canceled. And I think that that's honestly such a bummer. It sucks. And what also
in this
sucks
day and
is
age.
that it's often the only way we end up talking about representation. We end up having to tell stories about microaggressions and about the trauma that we deal with and about the doubt that consumes us at all times. And so when we're dealing with this kind of advocacy,
Watch for the word microtransgressions. Microaggressions is another one. That's used by marginalized groups as well. That is a CRT keyword. That's a DEI keyword. If that makes sense, Romeo. Have you ever heard that before? Microaggressions? I guess you're quiet or AFK. So the concept of microaggressions is the perceived attacks,
Hmm.
right?
Yeah.
It's used in DEI language, it's used in CRT, which is critical race theory. It's used by activists as well.
Oh, yeah, I had a critical race theory class. I don't want to talk about that, but that's another story.
Really?
I told Vincent, but I went to a high school that was for LGBTQ people, and let's just say that shit was rough as hell.
What did they do? So it's not my theory, right, about CRT that it's as bad.
I mean, do you want me to spill the beans of the entire school right here, right now?
I may have to ask you. We may have to do that when I do a more DEI focus. Because am I wrong not to say that these people usually view the lens through marginality? Like they're
Yeah,
always marginalized, they're always attacked.
yeah. I mean, I told you about that one group at my school called the Melanin Girls, didn't
Yeah.
I?
Yeah.
There's also or what was it? I don't even remember. We've talked about some weird stuff. I had most of the kids in my class were non-binary, but you can tell how
No,
that went.
but well, deviating from it. But am I not wrong in saying in language you see marginalized, you see them use that they have a victimhood mentality?
Yeah, I mean that's what I experienced as well. Victimhood mentality. Basically, everyone had that.
I mean, to be fair, right? That's why when I see this, like how she talks, you see why I say it's activist coded language.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I said, see, Vincent's not doesn't want to go into CRT or DEI. I've already talked about like die philosophy. DEI is an interesting, but you see a lot of it in how she talks and how she approaches things.
So many of these narratives that we share, they're very stirring and they're very beautiful and emotional, but often we find ourselves heartbroken and very sad. And sometimes that's important because, we have to understand what a struggle it can be to be marginalized and to try to tell these stories. But I think today, in a room that looks like this one, I want to take some time to just assume the best. I want to assume that all of you are here because this stuff is painful to you. This stuff is familiar to you, whether you are experiencing it or you are an ally to the experience of it. And I want to assume that this kind of pain, the stuff that I'm talking about not seeing yourself, about seeing a singular narrative, is already familiar to you, right? So for the next little bit,
allies
I
exist.
want to share examples and then discuss how we can do better. I want to discuss how we can find different ways of talking about this stuff, both as creatives and as advocates, and maybe we can even offer like a couple practical solutions.
God.
So to get started,
God. I think the other word you were looking for in the prior was the magic word of the day was advocate.
Yeah.
Advocate, yes. Ally. Do you want to be an ally?
Oh my gosh. Can I get raunchy on this stream, or will you get like taken down or something?
So I would save it for another day.
Okay.
After the 2 hour mark, you're safer, but the certain stuff I still don't like messing with. No, but
I
you
mean,
know the
it's more talking. It's more of a joke, but yeah, I'll probably not say it. Go ahead.
no, don't. It's jokes, Wes. The whole thing on the high diversity thing, the advocacy, that's fine. But you see how she layers her words?
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is a rehearsed seminar speech. But she clearly believes all of this. I don't know how you're a normal person and go through this. You know what I mean?
Yeah, she's not a normal person.
I mean, especially if you have anxiety, right? You do this to yourself. Now, I say in reality, weird to me. That's why when I say activist language, watch for the activist language. No one knows this. It's like I had to say with Vincent the other day. Said it to him. I said to him today. You don't know what the enemy is. Kind of thing, right? You have to understand how the enemy works. Or how a group works. That's why a lot of people got blindsided in the original Gamersgate.
You're using the words blindsided. That's that's a word that they use.
Not to be fair, blindsided is a normal word.
Yeah, but they're like, I used to be blindsided, and now I'm not. I'm now an ally.
My God.
I've heard that.
I can't even believe that's a statement. No, you know the reason why when Gamersgate came out of nowhere and blindsided so many people. You know why? Because many people weren't coded in the word code. They didn't understand the coding of subversives. She actually believes in everything she says. So I said maybe if you ever do anything we do on DEI, I could probably fill you in more. But yeah, I see a lot in her.
I want to talk about video games. And if you're in film, it's still good. I hope you like video games. So to begin, a lot of the work that I do, besides just writing and narrative design, is narrative consultation. And one of the things that I deliver just as part of that is something called risk assessment and sensitivity reading. And it's funny because when people hire me as a writer, they sometimes say like, oh, could we also get you for sensitivity reading and for risk analysis? And I'm like, no, it's okay. I'm not going to make it racist and then make you pay me to make it unracist. Like, it's part of the entire package, I think, delivering narratives the way that we do. But recently I was working on an interactive project for a company I won't name, and it was a dating simulator, actually a live action dating simulator.
Validate.
What the hell is live action? Live action dating simulator.
That's the validate.
That's not live action. Does she not know what the word live action means?
I don't even know. Because that is validate. You can look this up if this is watched in the future. Look up validate. It was a game studio. I think that was the one by Co-op that she talked about. You remember the other one she talked about in the other part?
It was the volcano one.
That's Co-op. I forget which studio. Yeah, I'll have to look it back up. But yeah, the studio, the other one that she was working with. And this is her experience on Validate.
And I was faced with this like very simple decision point. And basically you sit across from someone and you ask them questions, you learn about them, and you kind of had this conversation that can branch in a lot of different ways. Mm-hmm. So one simple beginning to this was the first dater is a woman and you are also a female identified player.
I want you to think about this. This part, I hate. Okay, you as a gay person can understand and relate. This is not, and ask me if this is how you want to see representation. Clearly, the team at Validate coded the game this way.
When you're first embarking on it. And there's an easy question early on that was asked in the script, and it was, so, what was your ex like? And besides, obviously don't ask that on a first date. Like, I'm just going to advise that there are different circumstances for everybody, but that would be wild. But in the game, the player could choose to say, 1, it didn't work out. 2, don't really want to talk about it, a reasonable answer. Or 3, you can say, my ex was a monster.
All right.
And if you choose my ex was a monster, the date, this woman scoffs at you and kind of goes like, oh, you're pretty immature, right? You're referring to your ex on this date as a monster, and obviously we have those tropes of, the crazy ex-girlfriend, so you lose favor with the character. And I realized in playing through that moment that
what's wrong with that trope? Well, besides the fact it's true.
I don't have any words right now.
You know what I'm talking about. I know you do. Yeah?
Yeah.
I'm not going to say look up the domestic abuse and the abusive relationships and lesbian relationships.
I know. I told my mother about that yesterday.
So.
She said, I'm not surprised.
Wow. And how much of it doesn't go reported as much as others?
And that's what she said as well.
Yeah. In gay male relationships is the same way. But it's more common in female.
Oh, yeah. Let me tell you, these guys will beat their boyfriends till they're like, faces like broken and everything. And they're like, I still love you. And you're like, what the fuck?
Oh, yeah. But that's that trope. I could see why she was uncomfortable working on that game, if that's true. But that's the trope she's talking about.
Wasn't ringing true for me, and I couldn't figure it out for a bit. But then I thought about it more, and I went to the writers and I said, "Oh, this question that you're asking, outwardly it seems like, oh, here's how to gauge negative feelings on a date. Here's how to say, are you speaking ill of your ex?" But then I realized, okay, what if I'm actually a straight cis male, or I'm a
Why?
I'm a gay woman, or whatever I'm playing. If we portray straight male characters in a certain way, like we often have these straight dudes going, "Oh, my girlfriend was crazy. She was like this. She's like a comical harpy," right? We play it off as that. Like, and if the guy is
I want to know what broke her. I know I've seen this, and I know I've seen other stuff she does. What did a white male do to her?
He asked her out on a date.
I so want to know. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Could you notice how many times she uses it? Like in your community, right? I know I've talked to you about Eric, right? How often do you ever hear someone say cis white male or cis het white male? Is that a common trope, or is that, or you refer to straight people around you as hetero? Is that just an activist word, or is that just
It just depends. You don't really hear it out in public. It's more on like internet, television, stuff like that. It's never really.
it's not a real, so it's not a real thing.
Yeah.
You hear it in YouTube, you hear it on Twitter, you don't hear it public.
Yeah.
And it's the same way with this. Cis white males. I swear South Park predicted this years ago. It's the fish sticks episode. You must be gay because you like fish sticks in your mouth.
I actually don't like the taste of fish.
It's the joke. All right.
I know, but I'm just saying.
Okay, yeah. Let's see. Let's just say the idea of fish sticks, right? Like, I just don't like fishy fish, but I can eat catfish or freshwater fish. These are my specials.
I don't like any seafood or anything that comes out of the water.
Interesting. Yeah, it's not the strangest taste buds, to be honest.
I'm speciesist towards the fish.
Yeah, some people, depending on your diets and depending on your thing. I just don't know. Some things and that. But a lot of people are weird, right? Because South Park joked about the cis white male episode years ago. Like many things, it comes true. At the whole Kanye West getting mad. I do not like fish sticks. Fish sticks don't make sense because of the fish stick joke.
talking about their ex like that, we can probably assume, well, okay, maybe he's a problem. Maybe he's speaking ill of this woman unfairly, and that's immature. But what if you're playing as a woman, and when I'm telling this other woman, oh, my ex was a monster, statistically, the odds could be that I've been abused and that I'm actually telling her about a situation that I was in, and I'm not making an immature joke. I'm trying to bond.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, that could be some players' experience.
So this goes back to what I was saying prior. She plays a lot of simulation games. You see why I say that? The immersion factor. I can get in a smaller game like Validate. Immersion is key. But judging from what I've seen in the game, it looks like a bunch of levels of various abuse or weird stuff. It doesn't look right. You can look the game up yourself. The game itself, it looks cringe as hell. It's not because of this the art style. It's a situation. If this is the actual, because it's like a speed dating simulator. I'm just saying that's so weird, and it's not like I can see why it's like. Sure, I can think of it's like in a game you can role play as something. If that makes sense.
Is it me or most women don't want to play a dating simulator like that game that she was part of?
You never know. It may have been made for that.
I think it was just made to be shocking or something because I don't think anybody played that thing.
You believe I have to go? I should look up and see what the forums are like.
It's not going to be everyone, but we have to account for that, right? If I just go, oh yeah, I see myself in this game, and my ex was a monster, I'm going to say that, and all of a sudden this woman goes to me, oh, you sound really immature. So I suggested,
Immature?
what if we have this as a condition? If you respond saying that your ex was a monster, instead of having a scoff, you can dig a little bit deeper. The person can ask, like, oh, was that a pain point for you, or was that just a flippant remark?
I'm sorry. The game is called Validate. Struggling singles in your area. I have to bring this up again. I ain't gonna get like the whole thing flagged. I mean, I have to show people this because this is, oh god, no one ever believes anything like this exists. I don't. You gotta ask, who was this made for? Okay, who was this made for? All right. I asked Keithless, Romeo, who was this made for?
It's just made for like
Who?
no. It's made for no one. No one that is actually human.
Human?
Yeah. This is made for like aliens or something.
Like, it's like narrative driven, so you have the same sex thing going on, at least, I guess. Like, it has a fishing game, I guess, in it. Jesus, like, guess the forums are dead. Course is overwhelmingly negative. I'm so curious. What? Okay,
I'm
it
gonna be
says
using the restroom. I'll be like 3 minutes. Is that okay?
you're good. I'll just cover yes. So I guess it got review bombed recently. Well, it got review bombed. The game is actually so this is just a classic reboot review bombing who bought it, returned it, and just did the thing, right? Some say it's recommended, some of it's mixed. I just want to okay. So say reviews. Let me say positive. I guess it got that. They got guess it's made for an alphabet audience or the LGBTQ plus audience. I guess so. It's a visual novel. But this is the game. She, he. Oh. Clearly, this was designed by something.
Back.
You're welcome.
Yeah, it was designed by an alien for aliens. So
It was designed clearly for the LGBTQ plus audience.
I know gay people that would not want to freaking play that thing.
I don't know. I mean, the forums are dead. This was the team of. It was a visual novel dating simulator.
They
Because
probably
it could feel
bought
genuinely good,
people
actually,
to
to
play
have
it.
I mean, to be fair, it also got review bombed because it was related to Sweet Baby Inc. I just don't know who it was made for.
have this moment to actually express yourself in a digital experience. You might be playing an interactive game, and all of a sudden it's asked you to express something that you've been wanting to say in real life but haven't been able to. And so I suggested that, and they said, okay, thank you so much for that insight, and then they kind of altered the experience.
That's actually valid consultation, though.
Just that was it. And turns out they were
Not
just
valid. You're
nervous.
using more of their
And they thought,
language.
this is the only way we can possibly address this.
Well, they hijack our language. But let's be clear. I don't know. Let's say you're dating someone. I don't think it's first date material that you say, well, your ex was a monster. I don't think that's going to come up. You might have to answer the question. So, if you just broke up, what was your ex like? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, clearly, I say love is blind, but it's funny in a game made by a diverse group led by mostly minorities and black people. As the developer's studio was, they choose to go with the black lesbian domestic abuse situation answer. I'm just saying, that's not sus at all.
The average lesbian playthrough.
The average. I mean, the date as a woman, like, I guess that was the demo she was given. I'm just saying. Weird.
And I think that that is just a small example of the kind of problem that we face when we think of representation as.
But to be fair, it's supposed to be a visual dating simulator. So, I'm just saying, right?
She said it was supposed to be a live action visual dating simulator, but I don't see the live action.
It's a visual novel dating simulator.
Mm-hmm. So I don't understand what she was saying before.
How is that a live action looking game? Don't know.
Yeah, I don't know why she said that.
I guess it's supposed to be like you choose an answer on the date and then the person responds.
That is not what. This is why I said I don't think she's ever played a video game before.
That's why I said I would call that live action, right?
Yeah, that's.
See, I'm assuming that it's in the date situation. Like you put a response or you click the response. Right? You click the response and then the NPC makes a response in response to your response.
A response to a response and another response.
Yeah. I don't know if that sounds weird. It's probably how they got it coded. I can only imagine. It sounds like a dumpster fire.
like a challenge to be surmounted rather than an opportunity to experience someone else's
So
perspective. or
depending on
experience
how
your own
you
perspective.
actually respond,
It is a place where
your
you can choose
response
to
to
innovate.
the question.
We had the
and
chance
it can
here
just
to make
evolve
women
from
who had
there.
been victimized and
Oh, God.
actually see themselves in the game. They could see someone who'd been victimized and play that role. But instead,
Victimized by
makers
who?
pulled back because they
Oh,
felt it was
God.
safer not to push forward.
Just
And after the whole
say.
thing was done, they thanked me in an email. They said, "Thank you so much for mitigating that risk."
Mitigating.
And it made me think about the way that we discuss representation and inclusion, because we say we need a sensitivity reader. We say we need risk assessment.
To be fair,
And
I could
we
understand
see it as
that could be a
sanding
worse
down
response.
rough edges instead of building out new shapes. I think that if we
Okay, to be fair, she has a point. Whoever coded that thing of your first date is my ex was a monster, right?
Mm-hmm.
To code the person, the worst person who had the date, and if that was your date's a monster, your ex was a monster, it could actually have a negative flow. So you just don't want to talk to your friend or somebody, right? It's like, think of an IRL response. You just got out of a traumatic relationship and you want to date somebody else. I really don't think. And he goes, "Oh, your ex was a monster." And if the person goes, "Well, you're insensitive. You're playing it down." Well, crap. A person you're dating just made you relive the trauma you just got out of.
The trauma.
And apparently they seem like an insensitive jerk. Or whatever. Am I right?
Yeah.
I can understand that could come off really bad. You just got out of a bad relationship and you're trying to date somebody else. Then you get reminded of the crap you went through with the ex. You know, the whole Love is Blind thing is pretty big. Then again, I don't think the newer generation knows what that means. Just, God.
start looking at it, in this way that's so scary, we're always going to feel daunted when we discuss representation, because we talk about mitigating risk, mitigating pain.
By the way, that transition. That transition was not handled well.
Yeah. You said that last time, but yeah.
I said that last time, and it was true. It hasn't gotten better. You see what I mean? What does representation having to do with being reminded of a bad dating simulator? Just saying.
And we never talk about creating joy. Because I think that I would love to be called into one of these consulting sessions, and instead of being said, "Hey, how would this hurt people like you?" I would love to just hear, what would you love to see people like you do in this project? What is a cool thing that you don't feel enough from characters like you? What experience is unique to you that could bring you excitement if you finally saw it on a screen? Because it's not the way that we're taught to talk about any of this. We're taught to talk about, like, okay, don't hurt, don't offend, don't do this. But I think that it could be different. Because even when we're doing narrative design, right, we often group answers by archetype, by the type of person or player.
Did you catch what she said? She's taught to basically not hurt others. How game design, and when you're dealing with marginalized groups, you're not trying to deal with the things that could marginalize or be bad language.
The language police has been called.
Or do actions that could seem oppressive or other things. So
Yeah.
what does modern DEI do? Like, what do you remember the story I told you about Microsoft that Kershey was on side scrollers talking about
Yeah.
with Microsoft? Don't
Mhm.
make an environment that would make someone who is marginalized look like that.
Yeah.
Ah, I see. Welcome back, Miss Sparkles. No,
Oh,
but you see what
okay.
see what I'm talking about, like with the concept of this.
She
That's
said,
weird. That's a weird way of saying you want to create joy when you're creating minimalized risk.
oh gosh, what's she saying?
Ignore. I don't know.
You're a liar. I'm
Don't
going to.
don't. I'm familiar with this game. When did I say that?
I
Not
did not.
today. Not today. God, let me get on a day. I'm not going to go into a 3-hour thing. Trying to get through this. It's very painful. But you get what I'm saying, right? You see the DEI language. Like if you were
Yeah.
designing a game for joy, how would you design a game for joy?
Mm,
How would you go about it? Basic.
like for to be like a joy game. You mean like a game that's like I would play kind of thing?
How would you build it up? Would you take it from the ground up? It wouldn't have representation to remind you of yourself of oppression you have felt in life. I'm
Probably
assuming
not. I just write a story.
you'd write a story that makes sense.
Mm.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Let's see if she does that.
Who might choose this answer. We think this is what a rebel would do. This is what a straight-laced person would do. This is what a jerk would do. But I would love to start thinking about it and say, what
And
option
then
can we
that,
add for someone like you to feel seen? Because I think if we prioritize joy and start framing representation as innovation and as a new avenue of storytelling, rather than just pain avoidance and this kind of surface level
So
diversity,
what about
we're
storytelling?
going to start winning more battles and we're going to generate a lot more moments of pure and genuine happiness. So I want to give an example of what these kind of games look like and what these kind of games play like. And so I want to step back kind of, and instead of talking about my experience in design, I want to talk about my experience as a player. And my go-to example for this, and something I talk about like way too much all the time, is this first moment that I made a black character in a game. And
Okay.
it always feels silly to talk about it, no matter how many times I tell the story.
It is
because
silly.
I was
It is a very
so
weird.
immersed in this universal generic player and this universal generic character that for a long time I would get customizable characters in games and I would be like, okay, what should I make? And I would end up just going like, okay, video game protagonists look like white dudes. They kind of have some stubble. They're just brown hair usually. And I would actually just make video game protagonists even when I was given the opportunity to make anything I wanted.
Okay. As a person who does gaming, you design a character based on what you're trying to do, especially if it's an RPG.
She's
Right.
an industry plant.
Something. If you think about her character design, way she
Oh my
character,
gosh, Sparkles, please don't get sexual in the comments.
no, let her do it. It's okay.
Why are you saying it's okay?
I explain it later. It's okay. It's fine. That's I'm familiar with the people games play. No, but seriously, if I design a character for role play reasons or an RPG, I don't design all the same characters in all games I am. I might design, let's say, an archetype. I might have my go-to that I like as a start base, right? I'll look at all the models, the hair. Sometimes I'll design a character. It usually harkens back to something. But whether it be male or female, but in my own head, I create their own headcanon for the character. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I play it differently. Let's say I want to go a different route, you know. You don't go for that whole all bland. It's like, and she talks about the first time she creates a black character. I don't think your generic characters are always white. Like, you don't have to design them that way. Fallout, that was never the case either, you know. All RPGs I play, you have pretty extensive control over your characters and their model. So, and we each have our own headcanons around it, especially if it's like a Fallout style. You can do different choices.
So in 2010, when I was finally getting out of that and starting to realize, oh, I'm an adult and I can make whatever I want, I made a black female character for myself in Mass Effect 2, and it felt really, really good. I was like, oh, I can just do this. So probably, how many of you have played Mass Effect 2? And how many of you know what Mass Effect 2 is, even though you haven't played it?
This
Or no,
is
or if you played it.
this
Sorry, I did
wasn't
it then.
good the first time. Where's the second?
So just for anyone who
Silent
hasn't
Sam.
played it, pretty much in one of the first playable areas, you have your first fully customized player character, Shepard, and you enter a space station and you have to rendezvous with someone named Jacob Taylor and Miranda Lawson. But you meet Jacob first. And if you don't know, Jacob is a black man, he's a Marine, and your first interaction with him is like crouching behind cover in like this really close quarters situation for a quick conversation about your next mission. So when it happened the first time for me, I was like, oh my God, this is powerful and remarkable, because I was looking on screen at these two black characters meeting and talking one-on-one, and neither of them was cast as a criminal, they weren't a savage, they weren't a stereotype, they weren't a sidekick. And they were the only two people on screen in that moment. And it was just like really, really nice. And it was so nice, in fact, that I actually took my phone out and I was like, okay, I'm going to text a picture of this to my best friend and say, hey, isn't this cool? Like, the scene in the game is like one of the rare.
Look, I'm not diminishing her experience. If this is how this was your first liberating experience,
Where did he touch you, ma'am?
I understand. Those are the adjectives that came to mind when she saw two black characters on screen talking to each other.
She said criminal.
Criminal, whatever. What? No. The thought process. I have no clue. How would she play a medieval game?
I don't know.
God, I can only imagine. Uh, you get what I'm saying? That's weird. Because that's a weird set.
Her opportunities, and I got halfway through that text before I realized, oh, she's not gonna see that because her shepherd wasn't
Alright.
a black woman, it was a white woman. And I was about to say, okay, I guess I won't send it, when I thought, no, because this is cool for me. And her response was that, like, oh, I haven't seen that enough either. That is really, really great for you and
That
really,
is
really
really
cool to
great.
see. And so I talked to some other friends
Your
about it,
friend
of
is either
various races,
very
and
sexist or
they
racist.
weren't all targeted by this
or-
moment. They weren't all black.
Oh,
And
That'd be
God.
so funny. She'd be like, it's just like being her friend's so fed up with her, and she's just like,
Jesus.
uh-huh.
I've had
Wow.
my friends go, have you seen this funny moment? I've had my friends do this. Have you seen this funny moment in a video game?
Oh,
What?
sorry, Miss Sparkles. I didn't know she had a son.
Miss Sparkles, it's a joke. We're making a joke. This woman has basically so many traumatic experiences that she seems to project a lot. I don't know. As a person who plays a lot of RPGs, and a person who basically, I guess, in the last few years, mostly ARPGs, as action RPGs that I mostly play, I look at character interactions. I don't see this. So, you gotta ask sometimes on the fact of why a person is so hostile. Like, the joke is, where on the doll did the thing touch you? The thing, whatever. How do you get that part of the phrase violated, that your trust, your faith in humanity get this violated? That this is now a valid experience for you as liberation. Now, your friend has one of two options. I highly doubt your friend said, yeah, I've never seen this much interaction either. All right. I mean, I think Baldur's Gate taught people you could create an absurd character and do absurd storytelling. Which is actually why I like Baldur's Gate. You can create a character and you can RP it in very many different ways. Baldur's Gate 3 is good for that. With different relationships. But this experience she's talking about, and her friends saying, oh, look at this funny moment. Okay. I guess good for you, unless you're hanging out in an activist group. Miss Sparkles, that's rather mean. She might have had a hard life. You do not know. I don't think this is all an act. I don't know about her parents. I don't know how she grew up. But I can pretty much sense something happened to her in college. She changed her life perspective. She got exposed to ideas or something weird happened. She was already starting to doubt something. She could also be fake as shit. You never know. I don't know anything about her personal life, but I know her psychological traits myself. She could have hard times. She could also be a hypocrite in the background.
Still, I realized that they were excited for me. They were excited just hearing me tell my story. And in Mass Effect, it's kind of an accidental form of representation, right? It's something that's a possibility, but it's not a guarantee if you didn't create that kind of character. But in telling all my friends this and realizing how excited they were, realizing how excited I was, I thought, like, wouldn't it be amazing if this bit of representation wasn't an accident, but had actually been the intention of the designers? What if game designers had set out to create a moment specifically targeted at people who did look like me? And I think that that's totally possible, right? You can create moments that are not just like narratively compelling, but are genuinely new. And that newness works even for those who are not in that group. Because keep in mind that of those friends I texted, few of them had ever seen that in a game either, right? So you're not catering to just me. They're getting something out of it too. It's a
Let me say this, though. She might have a different experience. It's not that I give her the benefit of the doubt because she's female, by the way. That is very rude, Miss Sparkles. I disagree with that. I give her the benefit of the doubt because I don't know anything particular about her. I say she's a symptom of a problem. My synopsis is her activism potentially blinds her social experience, her social side of life. Okay? Even in the first one, I said this. And I say this again, and it's very consistent. I think something broke in her. It happened between the time she was a teenager and right around the time she went to go to college. Something damaged her. Don't know what. Something did. See, without knowing her exact age, it would be really hard to tell how old she really is. And how old was she during Gamergate? Could have scarred her there. But the fact alone, diversity and inclusion became her go-to language. It's weird. Welcome back.
Hello.
But you get what I'm saying, right, Romeo?
Yeah, she sounds 82 and 13 at the same time.
It's like she never got over. Something happened between the time she was in high school to about the time she went to college.
I think she needs someone to give her,
To be fair, she also sounds like the chick that sounds like this, but she has the strong, chatty asshole white boyfriend on the side.
Yeah.
I hate to tell you, but it surprised me one damn bit. The toxic masculine boyfriend on this side.
Toxic masculinity.
You know what? Now that's a meme unto itself. But to be fair, you do not know how true that is with certain people.
Across the
She needs-
board. And that, I think, is another lesson that we keep
She wants to share being more personable here. I would love to see the faces of the conference people in this room.
Me too. They're probably looking at to the side.
That would have to be the most awkward shit.
They're probably looking at each other like they're like, "Oh wait, are you gonna leave? No, just stay here. Wait, she's looking at us. You know." They're like, "If we leave, we're gonna be super free."
I paid to be here, so I have to listen. Good.
Willing to teach people. We say, okay, this moment that's for you. This moment that's for you. This moment that's for you.
I don't want
you over
it.
there,
Don't
like,
give
okay,
me
you
the
get this
moment.
one.
Please
And
don't give it.
we keep putting representation as like this little corner of something, like this little direct
Unfortunately,
marketing
a
effort,
lot
right,
of these
to a
people in
niche.
this room
But I think
are
that we start
very
looking at it instead as something that
enjoying
everyone
joy.
wants as an audience, right? I hope that that would be something that everyone would see. And it's not just hope. I think it actually is what we want. And it begs the question, why aren't we doing it? Why, even in 2019, 10 years after this moment, do I not see it more? And why, when we're trying to do
This
it
was
as designers and as
2019.
creators, are we being told, no, that's not what players or viewers or people want? Why is it still such an uphill
Not what we
battle when we
want,
can see these
bitch.
moments of joy in our own lives? I think ultimately there are like a lot of answers to that, and you've
Sorry.
What I think she wanted to do is I think she wants to create joy, but she doesn't realize she's recreating her trauma and her misery.
Honestly, I don't know what she's been through, but I know you and I have talked in private a bit about my hard times of my life. But I'm not trying to like downplay maybe her past, but it seems like she grew up rich in some way.
Maybe it's the reverse of white guilt. It's just success guilt.
Maybe.
Maybe, but without knowing it for sure. You can't really, you have to play it safe, speculate. I mean, every time I've seen one of these activists like this, they're usually very broken. Like actual fandom strikes me very similar to her. Something broke in him and he starts sounding this way. That's what I think happened to her.
She needs eaten out. That's what she needs.
You do not know me. I'm very fair with people without knowing particulars. Unless I know particulars, it's hard to make absolutes, Miss Sparkles. I'm not like Vincent. All I know is she uses activist language over and over again in almost everything I see in social media. Now, can I say she's possibly a crazy bent? Maybe. More than not.
She's more than crazy. She's delusional.
Yes, who probably lives in a bubble.
Delusions of grandeur.
Yes. She thinks her games and she's more successful than she is. She's maybe been able to carve out a good living for herself.
Well, like no one knows who she is until all this happened. Like that's how like she thinks she's this big shot, and no, she's not. No one has heard of her until now.
Well, to be fair, drag anyone like this out into the sunlight. Sunlight's the best solvent. But the same way, people start looking into her past. She was probably operating low-key underneath the radar.
Maybe.
Man, you got Lego butts who everyone thought would not have a job. She's still here.
Who the fuck named themselves Lego Butts?
Well, that's just her Twitter name. Apparently, she's a they, them now, and
We don't need they. Oh wait, I shouldn't say that.
don't say that.
Okay.
She's apparently a non-binary person now. Her name's like Felix or something.
Dear
She-
Lord.
She's been around since Gamergate. Everyone thought she just finally disappeared, but no, she still is around. She was literally sleeping with Game Award executives.
So she was getting that. She was using her Gok 2000, you know?
So, just to give you an idea without it, rumor is, this is rumor with evidence or so, occasionally you can find it on people who actually dug into Gamersgate. I knew more about the Brianna Wu and other people who did stuff. So Zoe Quinn, who cheated on her boyfriend when he was having issues, who had manic depression episodes, then he eventually Minecrafted himself. Zoe Quinn cheated on, lovely
Sorry, that
person.
reminded me of something.
The whole thing on Original Gamersgate should be gone into more. So she was cheating on him. So supposedly she cheated on him, and she wanted to get further into game development. Met Felix, apparently had relationship with her, but the same idea that Lego Butts for Felix basically had relations with a lot of people, both men and women, and then did it with the Game Awards, and games she worked on won awards. And she's worked in silver screen and in the same type of industry that Sweet Baby Inc. has for nearly 10 years. Let that sink in, Romeo.
I'm letting it sink in.
Does that make sense? She's been ghosted in the industry for a very long time. She has been working on DEI initiatives for 10 plus years, censoring video games. All right? Kimbillar and consulting services are the tip of the iceberg. There's a bunch of firms like Sweet Baby Inc., a symptom of a problem.
Probably
Yeah.
hold them all in your own individual battles with people who have had power over you. But I think, one, the industry is very, very stuck in its ways.
She's very
And
insecure and has
two,
anxiety.
We're
problems
socialized
as
this
well.
way, right? And
That I will
three,
say.
as an industry, beyond just being stuck in our ways, we're not very diverse, and we're still excluding a lot of marginalized voices. And we have a ton of different answers that we can all.
That's because she's worked in companies where there's a lot of meritocracy
Mhm.
and probably a lot of old heads that had never retired. So they go from one team to another team to another team. Like she describes an experience in the sisterhood thing. It was like the first time in like 7 years of game development or so she saw another black person in a writing room
Oh,
in a video game.
Vincent's here. What the fuck? fuck is this chat has been crazy. So
Don't tell. That's why I polices itself. It's okay. So the concept, right? That I forgot my one point. I was at. Well, welcome, Vince. I said if I wasn't doing anything focused, it's already long enough, going shorter than I was before. But no, the concept, right, is these people have been in the industry for a while. It's DEI initiatives. So what do you think? It's a symptom of an actual issue. So you're already seeing stuff since Gamersgate. A lot of DEI firms have carved out their money. So
Blue,
I'm sure if I
stop.
asked every one of you, you'd have a different reason as to why it's not happening. But a pseudo fun fact about me, I say pseudo, it's not the most fun, but I do have a marketing degree. And I want to put that kind of marketing hat, it's not that hat, it's a different hat.
I want to make the meme. She had a humanities degree, but she did have a marketing degree. That's a lot of her language as well. I could tell she did marketing because she knows at least how to market. The question is, does she, given the opportunity? Like, she talks like a person with a marketing degree. But the question is, has she been able to successfully use it? I think in private, yes. Does she do well publicly? No.
I want to put it on and say, okay, let's decide how we're going to portray and sell the art that we make to audiences that we make it for. And when we're told this isn't what people want, let's try to make a conversation not about content, but about demographics. Because I think that in our industry and in many creative industries, and I'm sure that folks in film can speak to that, I think that
Designing games and designing film are two different things. Two different forms. She does weird transitions. Breaks my brain. Let's talk about this in terms of demographics.
Yeah, real quick, Miss Sparkles. I don't know if we would have let him join because I was supposed to be off of this stream like an hour ago, but I'm still
30
here.
minutes ago, yes. We're already. But we are going quicker. But her transitions, I don't understand. It makes sense in her head. How does she view it from one topic to another as a person who does these things? I have no idea. I wouldn't say demographics, but she doesn't loop back to it.
we treat our core demographics as like a fixed.
I mean transitions, right? She goes from one thing and then she says, let's discuss demographics. Okay.
She tries to
demographics in games would mean, oh god, I know you tell I'm tired. So demographics mean she's in marketing. She uses these words. Demographics would mean age, race, and gender of the product you're marketing to.
Age, race, and gender.
Then you're going to have the subset in a niche that actually it goes to. Now, with that said, How does demographics play into stuff she does with representation? Unless that's the world's biggest stretch. In design, that would be the base core you may be designed from. But if she's in consultation and narrative development, you would have already taken that into account in your narrative development and story writing. That's not what a consulting firm does unless you were the head writer.
And static value. Despite the changing face of audiences, we
I
look
don't know.
at
I
our
don't
core
keep them here.
demographics as cis, hetero, white males. And so we cater to them even though the data is changing. And when we do cater to that audience, let's say for example, it is the dominant audience. Let's embrace that and say, all right, that's who we're marketing it for, right?
By the way, I lost count how many times she has said that. Why is that a buzzword with her? Cis hetero white males. Give me a break. This doesn't endear you to people. It makes you look weird. Even if you're marketing to a diverse audience, using that language is the worst language you can use. It shows you have a bias, a confirmed bias. No male wants to talk to you, etc., because it's weird.
Even then, we're still treating them like they're picky babies. We look at them and we go,
This
okay.
is a practice speech.
Okay, hold on. I have to take a pause for a second. The worst part of this is that I made this a PDF, and that's actually a GIF. It changes colors. So while I'm talking, just imagine it in a whole wave, a rainbow of colors.
The rainbow flag.
Yes.
But yeah, so we treat our white male audience as babies. We feed them the same thing that they love over and over and over again. And when you do that to a baby, then
Don't feed
what happens
the
when you give them something
sparkles, bad
different, right?
things happens.
They react like picky babies. And they've managed to be so socialized in that way to our catering to them that what do we end up with, right? The second that we deviate, we worry that we've created this nation of picky babies who refuse to play our games if we give them anything but what they want. And we've made a lot of progress, obviously, in this.
I have a different take on this analogy. What she describes as picky babies are people who might be used to not something that she wants to put out. Remember what I said earlier about what happens when you design a game for a niche?
Yeah.
Or people who actually buy your game? She wants to design games for a mass audience that somehow attract a niche audience as well. You can't do both. You need to market to your niche audience while trying to broaden out the scope to get new players in. Sometimes large amounts of sequels fail to be a good sequel, Romeo. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I thought you were about to say large amounts of opium, but never mind.
But you get what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
Even in movies, I didn't feel like the original. You missed the point, right?
Yeah.
Forgot what people like. But it's weird. But she calls them picky babies. That's at least what I think about it. That's my interpretation. That it's not the way things are as well. I do think people get used to something. Now, the argument that she could have made is I think there's a people that get used to a game But you always have consumers in the industry. And I feel consumers are the worst part. They're different than the people who consumers just consume. So whether it's film, gaming, or TV, they just consume it no matter what. It still rewards the companies for bad product. They could put out the world's shittiest product, but that in turn make it successful. Because a company can go, oh, that sold units. People must like it. But what's the retention rate?
You can look at the way that E3, for example, has changed throughout the years, but
And
I
E3
still
was
end up
already
meetings
dying
being
by
told-
2020.
Sorry, in meetings being told that because we already have, like, let's say one black character, well, we can't have another one. We already covered that base. There was a project I was working on. We're like, oh, okay, we have 2 Indian women. Well, we can switch one back to white. Like, why? I still don't have an answer to that. It's a rhetorical why. And I remember there's another project where someone said, oh, we want to have a tourist character come in and she's going to be French. So I said, okay, well, let's make her a person of color. Maybe she could be Korean or something. And they said, no, she's already French. And I thought, okay, well, I want to do better than this. And I don't say that, like, I don't say any of this actually to gloss over like the real issues of hate and abuse in our communities. But I'm trying to imagine that when we look at these white guys who are supposedly our core audience, I kind of want to imagine that as consumers of a lot of different products, they also want to experience new and different stories. And I think we need to step out of this rule that all white men lack imagination to the point that they can understand and enjoy aliens or monsters, high fantasy, dwarves, anything, so long as it's through a lens that looks like them. Because ultimately, if that's the kind of person that you decide you're going to work for, that's the kind of person you're going to design for, you're never going to innovate your work. And ultimately, we cannot create under a system that bars innovation for fear of a picky baby tantrum. And I don't think it's impossible to change by any means. As a woman of color, I have myself empathized with a lot of white male protagonists. I have felt a million feelings playing as Arthur Morgan, playing as Kratos, playing as Nathan Drake. And I don't think it's pie in the sky thinking for that reason to think, oh, we can probably invite a lot of our supposed core audience to enjoy experiences through someone.
All 3 narrative-driven games with some action. Red Dead Redemption, Uncharted, and Kratos when she was happy because he was dad of war. Oh, no. She and other people were largely responsible for the dad of war narrative. That's not Kratos. You know?
Yeah.
But what does that mean? Uncharted is necessarily not a bad game. And it looks like she largely games on PlayStation.
PlayStation.
That's PlayStation games.
Else's eyes. Because if they don't like it, right, then they're not just losing. They're not just losing out on a fun game or some experience that they don't get to have. They're also standing in the way of your progress, of the creator's progress. And so overall, I think we need to stop thinking that our core demographic and our core marketing demographic has to define the demographics of our creative content, and instead start assuming that players want new stories. They want to see something new, experience something new, and if we bring joy to a more broad audience, that's going to enlighten and bring joy to our core audience as well. And Similarly, I think we need to stop limiting these discussions to the sidelines, or stop pretending like they're only important as kind of talking points or meta commentary on the industry, because ultimately if we do that, what we're doing is we're relegating representation as this kind of like abstract idea. So instead, I would say we need to start having
No.
discussions of representation the same way we might talk about them as facets of narrative, as art, of gameplay, as marketing, and beyond. Because when we sequester representation and we sequester advocacy, we risk preaching to a choir, right? Just being in this room,
Advocacy?
all of you have in some way opted into a conference called Womanize. There's a strong likelihood for that reason that you've seen a lot of this already and that you've heard a lot of it, and more so if you're a minority within that, right? But what I think we can remember here is that what's old to us can be innovative to someone else. And that's incredibly important, because ultimately what we need to figure out is ways to bring this stuff out of this room, right? We need to bring it into the world and make it innovation.
Yes. This sounds right. Almost. This is like a part of like Womanize is probably like a subforum and like probably one of the conferences structure. Probably would not surprise me. I'll talk to you later, Miss Reynolds. I'm just gonna get through this. But yeah, no, you need a vision to do this. It's probably a subsect of the GDC. Like, GDC and other conferences and seminar conferences are weird.
In the broader scope, we need to start making innovations in story and in representation.
But to make innovations, you need at least good storytelling and other stuff. Judging from their later works, I have a high doubt they can grasp that concept of innovating. I don't think they can. Suicide Squad definitely is not good innovation. So, other games have had firm narrative control over.
The same way we make them in tech.
Did it?
We treat
Was she
them
the one
as
that made
real
racist
and tangible
remarks
advancements.
her profile?
Hmm?
Is she the one that was found out to be actually making like racist remarks when she was going through her profile?
No, that's Chris Kenred.
Okay.
Worst she does is she goes to the interviews and says really dumb things. She says loud parts out loud. They're supposed to be quiet, or quiet parts to quiet parts out loud. She acts like a firm activist, or basically, she's more mask off than she has been in the last few years. But these are the parts where a lot of the older stuff shows more than the newer.
Have to be given effort and energy. Which begs the question, of course, how? How do we do that? Because I think it's easy for me to sit here as just a writer or anyone in narrative and say, okay, well, change the demographics of your characters, right? And for people in creative roles, I think we're able to like build choices considering
not demographics.
marginalized identities. We can tell stories that are a little bit
You
more
need the
rare, that deal
storytelling
with
to
issues that
match
we
it.
don't see anywhere else. We have representation in
Design
experiences,
is the
and
word you're looking
we can
for.
also work on detokenizing our characters. We have a lot of power here to actually affect change and to work these concepts into our material. But
Tokenizing is a
and
different
I think
word
any
as
creator will
well.
agree, it comes down a lot of the time to the structures that approve these choices. I can say, oh, I want to have this kind of character. I want to tell this kind of story. But then I can go to someone who makes more money than me and they say, no, we can't possibly do that. And so institutionally, I think we need to talk about them. And
See, I feel like she uses words, but she doesn't know what they mean,
Yeah, she doesn't.
and she uses them wrongly.
Yeah, tokenize is not the way she's using it.
That's not tokenize or
Yeah.
detokenize. Detokenize would mean, oh, you got one black character, you got one Indian character, etc., etc. But that's not what she's talking about. What does demographics have to do with design of an experience of a character? Before someone says something different in the future, I mean, that should be baked into the design in the narrative of the story of that character. Am I right or am I wrong?
You're right.
You're going to say, I'm going to design a character, and you assume it's from the ground up. That would be decided in the design phase. The demographics of the character would have been done at the base, not later on. Just saying. Well, what
Miss
does this?
Sparkle said wrong.
I know. She's being trying to get through this. I had a very long day.
I want to use my last section here to kind of talk about how we can make representation a staple of our offering. And some of this kind of comes from
This is
my
her
experiences running a company that does both narrative and consultation. And I'll kind of give you a sense of how we work those concepts into our material. So, first and foremost, if you're in creative development, if you're building a world and a story, I'm going to go over this again. You're including characters and concepts that are based on lives and experience of marginalized people. Don't be afraid, first of all, to create moments that are intentionally designed to create joy in marginalized people. Think about someone who hasn't seen themselves
sounds
before
correct.
and think, what is something I can give to them that even though everyone will appreciate, they will appreciate on a different level. Don't
right.
always make it so that they have to do the work themselves, right? Don't make it so they have to customize a character before they can see that kind of character in a game. And don't.
Now, that is where it breaks. The first two parts sound correct. Good storytelling. Good things. Character design. No, Miss Sparkles, I had a very, very busy day today. It was. I had to get my internet fixed this afternoon. Not fun. Then something else came up and I had to do something else for somebody else. Then I had to come do my stream. It's all good. Works according to plan. But end of a long day. But Romy, you see what I'm saying, right? The first two parts of what she says make sense. Right? First two. But then it falls apart at the character design. Let a person create a character, but that character can be seen in the cutscenes. That's where it falls apart. I don't know if she contradicts herself or she just doesn't realize it's contradictory. That's very different because she was correct on the first two parts. It's just the third leg doesn't make sense.
Fall into the trap of thinking that there exists one default experience that is universally representative. Because ultimately,
how you fix this in game development is the created character is in all the cutscenes. That's how they go about it. They don't get that. Does she not get that? I've said that before. Every game does this, unless it's a locked character. Then you can't help it.
What it means when you say, I'm going to create a universal experience, you're invisibly creating something that's going to target only your core demographic and is going to invisibly lean towards the dominant societal voice. But if you are in that kind of development and you are also part of that dominant voice, I would say don't wait until the
What
end
is a
of the project
dominant
to call in
voice?
your consultants.
I don't know.
Bring your contributors in
anything
at the
the
beginning,
fuck
and
you
instead of
said.
asking them,
It doesn't
hey,
make
is this
sense.
offensive to you? Ask them, hey, what do you want to see? What would thrill you? What would bring you joy?
See? This part makes sense. But what the hell is a dominant voice? Is the dominant voice always the white people in the room kind of thing with her?
That's what I'm guessing dominant voice means, white people. She needs to stop being racist to white people in general.
Is she just the most low-key racist ever?
Girl, it's not a... Okay, I'm bringing my gay side out right now. Sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. You can go. You let you speak? We're way past the point of anything on YouTube's going to check this. Unless it's something bad. Look. I love it how she gets there, the concept, about 70% of the concept, and the other last part is she just shoots herself in the foot.
And if you have a team lead who is working for you, make that request day 2. Day 1, you can get, settled, find your desk. But day 2, go to your boss and say, hey, are there people we can talk to about telling these stories? And if you're a creator...
Okay, Romeo. This is a very important part. This comes from the GDC conference and other things. Listen to how she phrases this.
Working for like a larger company and your higher ups are a little bit stubborn, they don't see the value.
Talk to the executives first.
In what you're doing, maybe on day 3, take some time aside and have a coffee with marketing so that you can absolutely terrify them by telling them, here's what's going to happen if you don't do this.
Oh, she's threatening them.
This is the Anita line. Anita Sarkeesian used this line. I used the term when I heard this initially. This is it's like a mobster coming past a business. This is a great business you have here. It would be a shame if someone burnt it down.
It would be ashamed if I said that I was sexually assaulted by you. That's what it basically is.
Like, you create a narrative that is a non-narrative to make your consultant firm be used. This is what made Anita successful for many years. This is why I said DEI, and I'm sure it's on my channel somewhere when I talked about DEI. Should still be here. I mentioned it, and I repeat it again. It came out of HR departments. You see why I say that now? Would be a shame. The thing is, Anita at one point did this constantly. It would be a shame if your game was accused of being racist. Nice game you got here. Be a shame if someone organized a mob against it.
Sorry, I'm trying to find a charger that works because my phone...
You're not gonna die. We're almost done.
And I say that sometimes like as a joke. I say talk to marketing and scare them, but consider honestly the possibility that like
I always had two chargers.
Those
near me.
people have to
One
sit
charger's always by my desk.
and deal
My
with
phone
everyone
always
who's going to
plugs
come
in,
at
even
them
by my
if
bed.
this is a mistake.
All
They
of the
have a
phone chargers
vested
in my
interest
house, they're
in
just not
reducing
working.
harm and of keeping the sentiment around your project positive. And there's a genuine value of inclusion there that's not just ethical, it's monetary. And that makes it, for a lot of people in marketing, like I was once, a genuine, valid discussion to have very, very early. And sometimes that's actually where you can find your consulting budget. So if you go to your narrative lead or your creative lead and they say no, if you slip over to
You're about
marketing,
to
they
find
might
out.
have the money there to
You're about to find out why game development is so damned expensive.
put a little bit into consultation if your budget is otherwise thin. But if you are not in a big company, if you're indie, if you're freelance, if you're building a budget, or if you're writing up a pitch, consider adding the necessary funds into your scope. For example, when we do work as Sweet Baby, we add about 10% to our narrative development budget to hire and talk to other diverse storytellers and collaborators who
Just
are younger,
10%.
who don't really have experience in the industry, bring them in, have them serve as consultants, show us our blind spots, because
We don't
we all
need
have them,
consultants, bitch.
and just help us get somewhere that really is important, get somewhere that actually feels good and feels inclusive.
So when I mean you're going to find out why games are very expensive now. Now you know why. Think of it like Hollywood budgets. The average Hollywood budget for like a Marvel film is $250 million. Sometimes 125, sometimes that. Where the hell do you think that money goes? Imagine in game development now, the cost of game development in the last 10 years has skyrocketed. Sometimes you can blame a bad team. Like Star Citizen is never going to get made. Okay? That game is one of the world's largest Ponzi schemes in the entire planet. Destiny 2 was developed on $150 million, which is probably fine. Probably would make back, and it's made back more than its budget over the years, and depending on expansions. I've seen games go into game development. An indie game studio that barely has any money at all can hire a consulting firm. Right, Romeo? See?
Mm-hmm.
Unless you have a big, giant fucking thing. See why I said why games have gotten expensive over the years?
Yeah.
They're like Hollywood movies. They're so expensive now. Like in Captain Marvel is a prime example, right? The Marvels. That film was like, how expensive? And it looked like crap? Like, oh, you need all these consulting budgets, all this. Costumes.
Even if it's just on a small part of the project, even if
But that's my point, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have more hands in the cookie jar. This is what's gotten Bungie in trouble. Just to give you an idea, Bungie. Alright? For ongoing projects and to pay salary when a portion of their sell to Sony was like $1 billion. Okay? A portion of whatever budget. Or like $1 million or so, something like that. I'll have to go back and look it up. They blew through that in 3 months to sustain current project, or 6 months to sustain a project and employees. It was gone. Well, I'll find it. Tell me if that's not an irresponsible budget.
It's just a quick read, of scripts as we go, or you come in and have these discussions, ask them questions. It can be really helpful to have these people around to give you a perspective that you really, really need. If you are one of the aforementioned very scared marketing people, or if you're in communications, I would say that it's a mindset change, right? You have to begin to assume that your players and your audience want new stories.
Okay, let me say this. Yes. So the sale of Bungie was 3.7 total. Almost 1.1 billion dollars of that billion was to sustain certain projects and other debts and to pay the employees for like 3 to 6 months and play contracts. All right? Now tell me something isn't wrong in the current gaming industry. Bungie has been largely affected. Sweet Baby Inc. worked with Bungie. Now, I'm not saying it went over there, but they mismanaged their budget, right? But that couldn't even keep Bungie afloat for a year.
Stories, and that representation is a facet of innovation. See it as a selling point and begin to frame it that way. Leverage your game or your project's ability to open up and explore new perspectives and make joy a part of your stated offering. Budget not for mitigation of risk or for having to spin something you already did that was offensive, and instead, put that money in enthusiasm, put that money into happiness, and find that there's actually going to be a positive impact on your bottom line if you do this. And this is obvious, right? But if you're a studio, if you have the money, hire diverse creators and pay them. Hire writers and pay them. Hire storytellers and pay them. Hire consultants and pay them. Because a lot of the time, this work is done for free, and it's framed as like, hey, you don't want us to hurt you, right? So come work for us for free, and maybe we won't hurt you as badly as we were going to. So instead of that, ensure that you include new voices and pay them.
She's
and
insane.
If you do, you'll find, I think, that it's going to be baked into every
This is
facet
where
of
she
your
said the
game.
quiet part
When
out
you're making
loud.
your hiring notices, when you're actually like
she did.
calling, none of what we're doing with regards to diversity and representation should just be
This
about
might- never mind.
taking
I don't
a
know if I
box
can
or
say
putting on
that.
this like veneer of wokeness. The trick is we actually have to care about it. We have to care about making the stuff work the same way that we ensure that our tech works, right? We always ensure that our mechanics work. We make sure that our stories work. We make sure that our teams work. Inclusion and representation, the same way that all of those things are tools for creation, and they're going to shape your final product. So to close, for those of you who are marginalized, whatever space you occupy
Girl,
in the
just get it
industry,
over with.
I kind of
We
just want you to
can't
know,
deal
like,
with this.
I see you.
Take it, skip the last part. It's awful. It's a message. Yeah.
You just see a red dot going over her eye.
The part you see cut is when she has like a minute. She didn't even realize she wasn't speaking because their audio cut out.
Hmm.
You know what? It's pretty much good there. It's not much. So she talks about budgeting in markets, right?
Yeah.
I will stand by my statement I've made before. There's a whole bunch of people. They're creatives, they can be starving artists, but they don't know how to run a business. See, Anita Sarkeesian, I heard it's not really a conspiracy theory as much as it's a theory on how a lot of these DEI consultants, by the way, it's These DEI consultants have been living for many, many years. They have been able to like, you make yourself like, let me show you this. So there's entire industries. Like, you think Sweet Baby Inc. is unique. They are not unique. This is just Google, right? Here. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Look it up. This has been a thing for many years. Right? I'm just saying. These people have existed for many, many years. Do you think Sweet Baby Inc., they're like a minor? Clearly, it's like DEI hiring, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's all good. I'm almost done. So this goes deeper than, let's just go a little more niche. Do you think these people don't have, there's not like 10 other industries here? Other people? Like Anita Sarkeesian, right? It goes more than Sweet Baby. You know?
Who is Rocket Ride?
It was funny as people started looking at a lot of these groups. So they worship Risk of Rain.
They're on Netflix games? That explains them. Mm-mm.
Netflix games. I guess they work on. It looks like they probably largely work in Unity.
What the fuck is that
Unity.
kitten game? Is that a... What is that?
I don't know. That looks like definitely mobile.
What the fuck?
Looks like largely mobile. So there's a list of these companies. If you really dig into them, you know. If you ever dig into these companies, it's not hard to find these, right? I'm sure. Honestly, I'm sure. Video game consulting companies, right? There's lists of them. These exist. They're outsourced, they're used. That's why the farms say this. The thing about this is Sweet Baby Inc. is not, it's a symptom of a problem. It exists. You see what I mean, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is nothing new. There's a Game Biz Belgrade, right? Still never heard of these people. How many agencies have they worked with?
If they're making that much money, I might as well make my own.
And you know what's funny is it's the DEI. The thing is, I think a lot of DEI popped out of. That's why if I ever go back and look, I couldn't even say that. I'm just saying ZipRecruiter. A lot of these jobs, Jesus, 126 a year. Good God. Like, a lot of these jobs have been getting laid off for real in the last year. See, the thing it is you have to watch out for the activisms and the activists in the industries. Like, I mean, I joke about it that she uses the term like cis white male, but she does it a lot. She uses the words. And the thing is, as I said, she is a more of that symptom of a larger problem. And it's more interesting if anyone sees this, like gets through it. It takes a little bit because it's mind blowing how she's existed for years. A lot of these people have existed for a great many years. They've just gone under the radar. Now, the thing about it is, it's not Gamersgate 2.0. These people are never going to fully go away. They're going to go back to the shadows, go back to the corners, but a lot of the games they're heading up are failing. See, Romeo, they're going to be in GTA 6. There's
What's
other
going to
games.
happen to the strippers? The strippers are going to be trans.
I can't even imagine.
The strippers
They're
are going to have
working on Flintlock Dawn, Siege of Dawn. That game is already cursed. Because it's already a niche action RPG in the fall. Apparently they said they kicked her off the project a long ago. But she still was there. No one's believing it. She's still getting work. I guess until the money dries up and then consulting job and she has to go do marketing. I mean, what did your firm do? Suicide Squad? Well, did that just not bomb? I don't know. That's weird. And it's hard to fail upwards now because of it. And it's hard to get to the point of DEI. Like, I may get a new episode on actual DEI funding. The thing is, you're finding out that these things that have kept these institutions afloat for a great many years has either been DEI or other stuff. And before I did talk about it, I would do more research. Be a little mini-series because I think a lot of these companies got startup money from it. Like, the reason why you're seeing the gaming sites fail. Like, the gaming sites, I guess is in closing, because Kotaku is going to be going under here soon, or other sites.
Yeah, Kotaku just needs to go and,
Most of the gaming media sites are gone. I mean, I might say they exist. They've been existing largely loosely on money from the Obama administration, from the government. Like, there was a fund or something. Dev mentioned it, and I have to look into it. And they've been existing on DEI funding. Now, I will say in video game development, if you promise your game's going to be diverse, it gets you that extra funding versus crowdfunding. But that is a thing, and it makes me really wonder how a lot of these operate. And it basically what companies like Sweet Baby Inc. do is they create their own niche. Anita Sarkeesian did it with Feminist Frequency till she couldn't get jobs or contracts.
Yeah.
Same thing. These people do this all the time. They move from firm to firm. That's why I said Lego Butts is a thing. You can look her up. She's had her job in one stable company for 10 years doing this. So that concludes this, and it's not as bad. It still went as long, but different. If you like and leave a like and subscribe, and it's been a very long day. I should be back.
I do want to say something before we leave. Anything that I have said about the trans community, I'm sorry. And yeah, please forgive me. This is my apology. And that's it.
Well, to be fair, you can be honest. I mean, Buck, I'm not covering for you, but if you feel offended by what I say, feel free. I mean, I don't marginalize. I don't make fun of people like how I do. I mean, then again, half people who watch my videos traditionally come from my own community. So
Yeah, and I think let's cancel now. Sorry, the chat. But yeah, no, I feel like I'm more mean when I'm on live than I actually am. I feel like I'm not as judgmental. Well, maybe I am. Never
well,
mind.
you have to mitigate yourself. The fine art of mitigating yourself on stream is key.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of what you want to say and can say. It's like I have projects I can't share because I can't do them publicly. Because reasons.
Mm-hmm.
I have something I would love to do. Love to do. But I can't do it. Because it's ethically wrong. And it's also terrible.
This might be a question. Would you call me the based gay person? That's what I'm being called on like streams and stuff now.
Well, to be fair, it's better than the alternative, like the one person from Eric. Eric used to joke about if I came out as a conservative gay person, I'd be on every stream ever. No, not really. They would find you out because you reek.
Yeah, that whatever Eric person that groomed a straight man to be gay. Yeah.
Well, to be fair, I mean, poor Renowned's gonna have a video on EVS joking about grooming him. Jesus. Some more stuff because I have other stuff I want to get to on EVS. The fact alone EVS decided to say jokingly to Eric Debunks, would you like to groom would you offer to go groom Sturgis's beard? AKA Renowned. I'm like, good God. If I had that much a hate person follow me, fuck yeah.
Next episode, we'll be talking about the grooming allegations.
No. To be fair, EVS is a weirdo. EVS is the next Club Karmic. What? Actually, I'm going to be getting into the next part. You're more than welcome to come down tomorrow and do it. You get to deal.
Yeah.
You get to deal with. You get to deal with. You saw the thing on Dane.
Think so, yeah.
Probably share it in private. That's a show to you that one. But we've been going on a while. So the idea I ought to go into how Dane handled this. Trust me, I don't even want to handle Dang, it's not that I want to kick the old bucket, but it's funny when you get a normie perspective from an industry person who does the industry. But that'll be tomorrow. It'll be a little shorter than this.
What time? Because I'm gonna be out
Hold on.
for like half the day tomorrow.
We'll discuss it off stream. So
Okay.
or
But
off.
yes, like and subscribe to this guy. He's a good guy.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I am weird, but that I will see people tomorrow.